Chapter 46-47 Create Myrtle Ancestral Star, Solitary City. At this moment, the entire city was in a state of lockdown. The people inside the city could not leave, and the people outside the city could not enter. In the solitary city, the entire city had fallen into chaos. Countless soldiers were searching from house to house, trying to find the real murderer who had assassinated the city lord of the solitary city, Ji Yuan. However, the real culprit was hiding in the city. It was easier said than done to find the culprit. At this time, in the lobby of Ku Yun Lion, all the guests who stayed in Ku Yun Lion, including Gu Fei and his family, they were forced to leave their residences and were full of resentment. However, when Bailey Jinchuan killed the half-sage Xianqin in front of everyone became obedient. Bailey Jinchuan was the right-hand man of the city, lord of Solitary City. His cultivation had already reached the great sage realm. He was decisive in killing and had the demeanor of a great general. At this moment, Bailey Jinchuan killed a few people who had stayed in the inn for the past 2 days. In his opinion, these people's deaths were not a big deal. One should know that a high and mighty dragon would never care about ants on the ground. I'd rather kill the wrong person than let him go. Those below the sage level can leave now. Bailey Jinchuan waved his hand and said, "It was impossible for those below the sage level to assassinate the city lord of Solitary City. Even if the city lord was seriously injured during the fight for the Great Path Golden Lotus, those below the sage level were definitely no match for the city lord. The person who assassinated the city lord must be in existence above the sage level." The guests who were below the sage level immediately left the lobby and went into hiding as if they had been pardoned from a great sin. There were only 6 people left in the lobby. Among these 6, 3 were from Gu Fei's family. The other 3 were also at the sage level, but one of them looked like a young man who had just broken through to the sage level. "Lord Bailey, why are you doing this?" "I, Ling Shan, am a member of the Ling clan. Why are you keeping me here?" The young man shouted at Bailey Jinchuan. The Ling clan of Solitary City was a major force in Solitary City. Even the city lord of Solitary City was unwilling to provoke them. The Ling clan is the biggest suspect in the assassination of the city lord. Bailey Jinchuan sneered. What? When Ling Shan heard this, he couldn't help but be shocked. Are they going to attack my Ling clan? This seemed to be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The lord of Solitary City was assassinated, and if the Ji family framed them, they would have a reason to uproot the entire Ling family. Thinking of this, Ling Shan broke out in cold sweat. "Did the 3 of you just check in today?" Bailey Jinchuan's gaze swept across the faces of Gu Fei's family before finally landing on Guling. This girl was not bad. The moment Bailey Jinchuan saw Guling, his attention was drawn to her. Guling's temperament was very unique and had a shocking attraction. Gu Fei couldn't be bothered to pay attention to this guy. "Aya, what's wrong? You think you're a saint, so you're cocky?" Bailey Jinchuan's eyes widened as a powerful great sage aura erupted from his body, causing the entire Yunlai to shake. If it wasn't for the protection of the formation, the entire inn would have been destroyed the moment Bailey Jinchuan's aura erupted. "Get out of here before I get angry," Gu Fei said impatiently. Haha, what is this guy talking about? How dare he tell us to get lost? Did a donkey kick him in the head? When the soldiers behind Bailey Jinchuan heard Gu Fei's words, they immediately mocked and ridiculed him. Their general was a great sage. Although these 3 guys were also sages, they were definitely not great sages, let alone a match for Bailey Jinchuan. "You can't afford to offend me." Gu Fei was a little annoyed. "Haha, is that so? Then let's see how I can't afford to offend you." As he spoke, Bailey Jinchuan directly smashed his fist towards Gu Fei. Just now, he blasted that saint called Xianqin into a mist of blood with a single punch. Both his body and soul had been destroyed. He thought that this time he could also blast this guy into pieces. However, in the next moment, a shocking scene happened. Bailey Jinchuan's fist suddenly stopped when it was about to hit Gu Fei. It was as if there was an invisible wall in front of Bailey Jinchuan's fist. What? Bailey Jinchuan's shock was no small matter. Was this guy pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? Bailey Jinchuan's forehead was sweating when he thought of this. He suddenly retreated, trying to distance himself from Gu Fei. However, Gu Fei grabbed with his right hand, and Bailey Jinchuan directly flew towards his right hand. Bailey Jinchuan's body was rapidly shrinking, like an eagle catching a chick. Gu Fei directly grabbed the extremely arrogant and decisive Unique City's General Bailey Jinchuan in his hand. Bailey Jinchuan kept struggling in Gu Fei's hand, but all his struggles were in vain. Everyone who saw Gu Fei grab a great sage in one move was shocked to the extreme. Bailey Jinchuan's subordinates, who were mocking Gu Fei just now, were so scared that they almost peed their pants. Senior, I have eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. Please let me go. Bailey Jinchuan began to beg for mercy. Weren't you very arrogant just now? Are you afraid now? Gu Fei said indifferently. I'm afraid. I'm begging you, please let me go. Killing me won't do you any good. Bailey Jinchuan was really anxious. He knew that his life was in the hands of Yi Shiwen. He didn't want to die. Killing you won't do me any good. But a supreme being can't be insulted. So you have to die, Gu Fei said expressionlessly. What? You're a supreme being? Bailey Jinchuan was completely confused. He had actually offended a supreme being? He still wanted to beg for mercy, but at this moment, Gu Fei exerted force with his fingers. Bailey Jinchuan immediately turned into a cloud of blood mist. His body and soul were destroyed in an instant. He was deader than dead. Run! Bailey Jinchuan's subordinates were scared out of their wits. They immediately turned around and fled. Humph! Gu Ling sneered. With just a thought, the soldiers who were fleeing fell to the ground. A drop of blood seeped out of each soldier's forehead. How dare you kill the soldiers of my Unique City? Are you trying to rebel? At this moment, a voice came from the sky. Then a figure flashed and descended from the sky, landing in the courtyard in front of the inn's lobby. Gu Ling couldn't help but feel surprised when he saw this person. He was a middle-aged man wearing golden fighting will. This person was one of the two quasi-supreme beings who were fighting in the sky just now. Scram! Gu Fei didn't even look at this guy. What? Everyone present looked at Gu Fei as if they were looking at a monster. This guy dared to tell Lord Ji Long to scram? Chapter 46-48. Other than the city lord Ji Yuan, there were two deputy city lords in Solitary City, and Ji Long was one of them. Although Ji Long wasn't an extreme grade supremacy, his cultivation base had reached the quasi-supremacy realm. This time, someone actually assassinated the city lord, Ji Yuan, and succeeded. This made Ji Long and the others indescribably shocked. When the news reached the Ji family's ancestral land, the Ji family immediately sent a quasi-supreme expert to investigate. The entire Ji clan was enraged by Ji Yuan's assassination, swearing to find the culprit and tear him to pieces. One should know that Ji Yuan was a member of Empress Ji's faction. Assassinating Ji Yuan was akin to slapping Empress Ji's face and cutting off her right-hand man. At this time, Ji clan's experts were searching the entire city, not leaving a single house untouched. One after another, powerful figures appeared in Solitary City. Gu Fei sensed a total of 5 quasi-supreme, divine sense fluctuations. Apart from the guy in front of him, there were actually 5 more quasi-supreme experts in Solitary City. The Ji clan really had a lot of experts at their disposal. The strength displayed by the Ji clan was enough to sweep through the human realm with few opponents. One should know that ever since the human realm's heavenly punishment was taken away by Gu Fei, Supremes began to appear in the human realm. However, the number of Supremes in the human realm was still too little. As long as they didn't provoke a Supreme, the Ji clan's strength would be hard to find a worthy opponent in the human realm. The desolate era's factions in the soaring dragon ancestral star might seem powerful, but they were nothing compared to the Ji clan. After Gu Fei repaired the heavenly Tao in the human realm, the heaven and earth spiritual qi was gradually recovering. The human ancient path connecting the 5 ancestral planets had also been repaired. Powerful living beings in the 5 ancestral planets could now travel between the 5 ancestral planets through the human ancient path. Didn't you hear my father telling you to scram? Guling glared at Ji Long coldly. Ha! Ji Long laughed in anger. These 3 puny saints dared to act so presumptuously in front of him. They were courting death. What are you laughing at? If you don't scram now, you'll end up like them. Guling pointed at the corpses on the ground. She was now an extreme, grade utmost being. With just a single thought, she could unleash a formless sword intent to kill her enemies from 10 million li away. Wherever her spiritual will could reach, her sword chi could also reach. Die! Ji Long was really angry. He waved his hand, and 3 sword lights immediately rushed out of his hand towards Gu Fei's family. As soon as the sword light appeared, the surrounding temperature immediately dropped rapidly. Master Long is angry. They're dead meat. The fat shopkeeper had already hidden far away. He couldn't help but shake his head when he saw this scene. You dare to anger Master Long? You must be tired of living. The others were also not optimistic about Gu Fei and the others. In their opinion, Gu Fei and the others were only sacred-level experts, while Ji Long was a quasi-supreme martial artist. A quasi-supreme martial artist was only half a step away from becoming an extreme supreme martial artist. The attack of a quasi-supreme was extraordinary. However, at the next moment, a scene that left everyone dumbfounded appeared. The little girl seemed to have casually waved her hand, and the 3 streaks of sword light shattered in the air. What's going on? She's just a sage. How could she? Something's going to happen. Something's going to happen. The people hiding at the side to watch the show were extremely excited. Ji Long's shock was no small matter. The other party easily resolved his attack. Such a method was definitely not something a mere sage could do. Who are you guys? Ji Long was not a fool. Although the 3 of them seemed to only have the cultivation of a sage, they were definitely suppressing their cultivation. These people were playing the trick of pretending to be pigs to eat tigers. You're not qualified to know who we are. Guling said indifferently, Did you guys assassinate our city lord? Ji Long said angrily, Assassinate? Do we need to assassinate your city lord? What a joke. Guling really wanted to laugh. In this world, if their family wanted to kill someone, there was no need to assassinate them. All right, since you don't want to leave, then stay. Guling said, Want to kill me? Dream on. Ji Long soared into the sky and was about to escape. Humph. Guling sneered. In the next moment, Ji Long let out a blood-curdling scream and fell from the sky. He had died on the spot. Everyone who saw this scene was stunned. That was Lord Long, Ji Long, and he died just like that? That little girl did not seem to have moved at all, killing with her will, and the one she killed was a quasi-supreme. Was that even possible? In Solitary City, Ji Long was known as a ruthless and decisive person who killed without hesitation. However, no one would have thought that this Lord Long would actually die. It's so chaotic outside. Let's go back to our room and rest, Gu Fei said and turned to leave. Guling and Yen followed suit. Ji Yuan was dead, and so was Lord Long. Solitary City was only left with a deputy city lord, Ji Xiaohua. Although Ji Xiaohua was a girl's name, he was a real man and a very manly man. People called him Brother Hua, who was like a pear blossom on a begonia. What happened? Ji Yuan's life tablet is broken, and so is Ji Long's. Who killed them? Ji Xiaohua sat on the throne of the city lord mansion, holding his chin. If Ji Yuan and Ji Long were dead, then so be it. Ji Xiaohua and they weren't real brothers. The 3 of them usually played their own games. But now that Ji Yuan and Ji Long were dead, When would it be Ji Xiaohua's turn? I want to continue playing. I don't want to die. Ji Xiaohua muttered to himself. Everyone had been sent out by him, and he was the only one left in the hall. Ji Xiaohua suddenly noticed a person standing at the entrance of the hall. Since you're here, why don't you come in? Ji Xiaohua stared at that person, his expression turning serious. Haha, the man smiled as he walked into the hall step by step. This person was Ji Chongkong. Cousin, it's a mess outside, but you're so free. After Ji Chongkong entered the great hall, he casually sat on a seat and crossed his legs. Don't tell me that Ji Yuan and Ji Long were killed by you. Ji Xiaohua suddenly said. Why would I kill them? What's in it for me? Ji Chongkong smiled. It's not good for you, but it can pull you down. Ji Xiaohua muttered. Someone is trying to cause trouble. Ji Chongkong sighed. It can't be. Ji Xiaohua suddenly thought of a possibility, and sweat appeared on his forehead. That person's ruthlessness is not something you can imagine. Chapter 46-49. Ji Chongkong's appearance in Unique City surprised Ji Xiaohua. One should know that the current Unique City was in a very sensitive state. The city lord, Ji Yuan, was assassinated and Ji Long was killed. City Lord Ji Yuan was someone from Empress Ji's camp. Ji Chongkong's appearance in Unique City would inevitably arouse suspicions. This was very disadvantageous for Ji Chongkong, because everyone would think that he was the one who assassinated Ji Yuan and Vice City Lord Ji Long. However, since Ji Chongkong dared to appear here, he naturally had something to rely on. What exactly do you want? Inside the city lord's residence, Ji Xiaohua, who was sitting on the city lord's throne, stared at Ji Chongkong with a grave expression. Don't you know what I want? Ji Chongkong smiled. What do you want? I don't know. Ji Xiaohua wasn't stupid. He didn't want to choose a side because the consequences of standing on the wrong side were very serious. For example, City Lord Ji Yuan and Vice City Lord Ji Long were both dead. No matter who killed Ji Yuan and Ji Long, there was only one conclusion. Someone was trying to cause trouble. No one knew whether those people were targeting Empress Ji or Ji Chongkong. All right, I won't force you, but you're on your own. Ji Chongkong stood up and walked out. Looking at Ji Chongkong's back, Ji Xiaohua's lips moved, but he didn't say anything in the end. He didn't rely on some **t luck to survive until now. Not choosing a side often allowed him to live longer. Reality proved that he was right. This time, he still didn't want to choose a side. Ji Chongkong and Empress Ji were fighting for the position of clan lord. Ji Chongkong wanted to pull Empress Ji down, while Empress Ji wanted to kill Ji Chongkong. The two factions fighting openly and covertly was definitely not a good thing for the Ji clan. The endless fighting between the two factions would only weaken the Ji clan's strength. Now, Ji Yuan and Ji Long were both dead. They were quasi-supreme existences. Even the Ji clan's foundation would be shaken after losing two quasi-supreme existences. Right now, the biggest problem for the Ji clan was that they didn't have an extreme grade sovereign. In the current human realm, a force without an extreme grade sovereign could no longer be considered as a top-tier force. If an extreme supreme being were to make a move, even the Ziwei Ji clan would not be able to resist and would be wiped out immediately. Sigh. Ji Xiaohua let out a long sigh and quietly sat on the throne without saying anything. At this time, in the inn where Gu Fei's family was staying, the fat shopkeeper's attitude towards Gu Fei's family had completely changed. He was trying his best to curry favor with Gu Fei's family, because he knew that this family was definitely not simple. These few people definitely had a great background. They didn't even place the Ji clan in their eyes. Only those superpowers with an extreme supreme being would dare to disregard the Ji clan. Soon, Ji Xiaohua appeared outside the inn. Someone had spread the news that Gu Fei and his family had killed Ji Long. That was why Ji Xiaohua had come so quickly. However, so what? No matter how many people come, I will kill them all. Gu Fei didn't care at all. Lord Gu Ji Clan's Ji Xiaohua seeks an audience. The fat shopkeeper came and carefully said to Gu Fei, I won't see you. Scram. Gu Fei impatiently waved his hand. Yes. The fat shopkeeper hurriedly left Gu Fei's room. I won't see you. Ji Xiaohua was surprised. Who are those three people? Ji Xiaohua directly took out a jade box and handed it to the fat shopkeeper. The fat shopkeeper hurriedly accepted the jade box. They are suspected to be from the extreme Dao clan. The fat shopkeeper purposely lowered his voice. What? Ji Xiaohua immediately turned around and left the inn. Not long after Ji Xiaohua left, Ji Changkong came. These fellows are really never-ending. Gu Fei shook his head. Under his senses, he could even clearly hear the fat shopkeeper's words. Let him wait outside. The fat shopkeeper had just walked outside Gu Fei's room when Gu Fei's voice came from inside. Yes, the fat shopkeeper hurriedly left. Just as Ji Changkong was about to pay his respects to Gu Fei in a certain world outside Buzhou ancestral planet, a terrifying violent ape the size of a small mountain swooped down from the sky in a desolate forest. A young man stood under the tree. The violent ape directly pounced towards the white-robed youth. The violent ape's pounce caused a biting cold wind that caused the trees below to shake violently. Withered branches and withered leaves were blown into the air. Boundless, baleful aura filled every inch of the forest, causing the white-robed youth to feel suffocated. His breathing became somewhat rapid. The demonic ape covered in blood-colored fur pounced like a huge mountain. It was extremely ferocious, and its blood-colored eyes were like demonic, blood-colored stars, emitting an endless evil light. It swore to tear the creature that dared to offend it to pieces. The thoughts of a ferocious beast were very simple. The demonic ape felt threatened by the white-robed youth. Thus, its most immediate thought was to eliminate the white-robed youth as a threat. Come at me. The young man in white suddenly straightened his back, and all the muscles and bones in his body immediately let out a series of crackling sounds. His muscles and bones roared like thunder. He raised his head to look at the demonic ape above him, and a trace of madness appeared on his face. He wiped away the trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, and a great force erupted from his body, causing his long hair that was like a waterfall to flutter wildly. Roar! The white-robed youth roared angrily. His expression became extremely ferocious and terrifying. He spread his legs. Pum! The ground immediately exploded. The soil under his feet undulated like waves. At the same time, his right palm chopped upwards like a blade. Clang! Like a divine weapon being unsheathed, a dazzling saber light immediately shot out from the white-robed youth's palm. The dazzling saber light tore through the void and rapidly chopped towards the demonic ape. A chilling saber aura emanated from the white-robed youth's body. The trees within a 5-zhang radius were instantly sliced into pieces. The entire forest began to shake. The trees swayed crazily, causing leaves to fall to the ground. With the white-robed youth at the center, huge cracks extended from the white-robed youth's feet. At this moment, the white-robed youth's aura was enough to make the heavens and earth lose their color. He was like a god of war reincarnated. With a domineering and awe-inspiring saber light, he struck the sky with his saber. A hint of fear appeared in the demonic ape's blood-red eyes. It instinctively sensed danger and reached out with its claws, grabbing at the blade light that was like a waterfall. Pum! The peerless saber light shattered under the demonic ape's sharp claws. Roar! The demonic ape let out an earth-shattering roar. Its huge body, which was like a small mountain, was flipped over the moment it grabbed the saber light. A spray of blood exploded in the air. The smell of blood immediately wafted in the air. Boom! The entire ground trembled. The devil ape landed in the forest, and a part of the forest was immediately destroyed by the violent ape's feet. The violent ape's huge claws were already badly mutilated, and beast blood flowed out and dripped onto the ground. Whoosh! The demonic ape did something that the white-robed youth could not imagine. It actually turned around and fled. Bang! 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 Its heavy footsteps caused the forest to tremble. Wherever the demonic ape passed, the trees collapsed. Broken branches and broken leaves swirled in the air. Where do you think you're going? The white-robed youth was startled. He did not expect the demonic ape to flee. Therefore, he immediately leaped up and dashed towards the demonic ape like a phantom. On a distant tree stood a lady in purple. She quietly watched the scene in front of her. Chapter 4650. The Soaring Dragon Ancestral Star. The three major Taoist sects of the Eastern region used to be so glorious. Back in the day, the three great Taoist societies controlled the cultivation world of the Eastern domain. No one dared to disobey their orders. That was when the three great Taoist societies were at their peak. However, as the world changed, the forces of the ancient desolation returned, and the Eastern region demons suddenly rose up, causing the three great Taoist sects to decline. The Taishan sect, one of the three great Taoist sects, was almost destroyed. Of course, the Taishan sect could not escape the tragedy of being annihilated in the end, and the Shangqing sect and the Guangqing celestial sect had both disappeared without a trace. In the current world, how many people still remembered the three great Taoist sects of the Eastern region? All the sects, all the powers could not escape the merciless passage of time. None of them could exist forever. Even the ancient desolate era had existed for countless years. There would come a day when they would fall and perish. Meanwhile, in one of the outer realms of the ancestral star of Buzhou lived a group of cultivators who had lived in seclusion for many years. This outer world was not too big. However, the spiritual energy there was very thick. It was very suitable for cultivators to cultivate here. However, this place wasn't suitable for powerful cultivators because the laws of the heavens and earth here weren't complete. It was difficult to give birth to true experts. However, to the Guangqing Immortal Sect, this shock was enough. The entire Guangqing Immortal Sect had moved from the Soaring Dragon Ancestral Star to the Buzhou Ancestral Star. They were fortunate enough to occupy an outer realm that had yet to be discovered by anyone. They recuperated here, waiting for the opportunity to return. The destruction of the Taishan sect all those years ago was a warning to the Guangqing celestial sect. They had no choice but to find a way out and completely withdraw from the world of cultivation. The Shangqing sect did the same and chose to live in seclusion. However, the Shangqing sect never left the Soaring Dragon ancestral planet. Among the three great Taoist sects, the Shangqing sect and the Guangqing Immortal sect were undoubtedly the luckiest. They had both avoided the calamity of annihilation and successfully went into seclusion. They still had the chance to rise again. Clang! Suddenly, a melodious bell rang in the small world of Guangqing. In a forest more than 30 miles away from Guangyuan City, Li Mengyao, who was standing on top of a tree, couldn't help but be startled when she heard the sound of the bell. The bell of Guangyuan City would usually not ring, but once the bell rang, it meant that something big had happened. The Guangqing Immortal Sect was summoning the upper echelons. Feng, or we're going back. Li Mengyao jumped down from the tree. Yes, master. The white-robed youth hurriedly rushed over from afar. Li Mengyao looked at her disciple and felt very gratified. Yi Feng had only cultivated for 12 years, and his cultivation had already reached the half-immortal realm. He was only half a step away from becoming an immortal. With such a cultivation speed, even in the outside world, he could be called a genius. Within the younger generation of the Guangqing Immortal Sect, Yi Feng's cultivation base was the highest. As for him, he was Li Mengyao's second disciple. Li Mengyao still had a first disciple. At this time, all the people in Guangyuan City were alarmed by the ringing of the bell. I heard that the Supreme Elder has returned. I wonder what news the Grand Elder has brought back. We've been living in seclusion for a long time. Are we going to go out? In Guangyuan City, countless disciples of the Guangqing Immortal sect were extremely excited. Although the Guangqing Immortal world was good, it was not a real world after all. Here, they were just struggling at death's door. For the entire sect, there was no future for them to hide here. Because of the law of heaven and earth, it was impossible for an invincible expert to be born in this small world. At this time, in the Guangyuan City Lord Mansion, the Guangqing Immortal sect leader was sitting on the throne in the middle. A group of elders were sitting on both sides. The core disciples of the sect were standing behind the group of elders. Martial uncle, tell everyone about what you've seen and heard outside. The Guangqing Immortal sect leader, Shangqing, said to a white-haired old man beside him. The current Guangqing Immortal sect leader was no longer the sect leader of the past. The sect leader of the past had passed away many years ago. The current sect leader was the new sect leader of the Guangqing Immortal sect 100 years ago. This sect leader's name was Lu Shangqing, also known as Shangqing sect leader. The supreme elder's name was Yumu. He was the person with the highest seniority in the Guangqing Immortal sect. Moreover, Supreme Elder Yumu's cultivation was also the highest in the Guangqing Immortal sect. He had already reached the pinnacle of the Holy Venerate and was only one step away from becoming a quasi-supreme. The outside world has changed drastically this time. Even the heavenly punishment has disappeared, and supremes can be born. No one could have imagined the person who caused this. Supreme Elder Yumu paused for a moment. Martial uncle, who is that person? Shangqing sect leader asked anxiously. That person is Gu Fei from the Taishan sect, who is seen as trash by others. Yumu said. Gu Fei? At this time, Li Mengyao walked out of the hall. Greetings, sect leader. Li Mengyao bowed to the sect leader, who was sitting on the throne. Junior sister, please sit. Shangqing sect leader said hurriedly. Martial uncle, do you have any news about Gu Fei? Li Mengyao was not in a hurry to sit. Instead, she looked at Supreme Elder Yumu. You were friends with Gu Fei back then. That makes things easier. When Supreme Elder Yumu saw Li Mengyao, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. This was definitely a rare opportunity. If things went well, the Guangqing Immortal sect could return to the soaring dragon ancestral planet. Well, listen to me carefully. Supreme Elder Yumu stroked his beard and smiled. Then he told her what he had seen and heard outside. After speaking for more than 2 hours, Grand Elder Yumu finally finished talking about what he had seen and heard outside. This time, Supreme Elder Yumu went to many places. The 5 ancestral planets of the human realm could freely travel between, so he naturally returned to the soaring dragon ancestral planet. Right now, the human realm was full of legends about Gu Fei, things like leveling the land of despair, destroying the demon cave, massacring everyone, aspiring to become supreme, and so on. In particular, he even took away the heavenly punishment, allowing supremes to come to the human realm. Everything that Gu Fei had done could shock the entire human realm. Yumu even made a trip back to the Eastern Domain. He discovered that the Supreme Mystery Sect had already been rebuilt, and it had become a great power in the Eastern Domain. The 3 great Dao sects had been on the same side for countless years. Because Supreme Mystery Sect had Gu Fei as their backer, no one dared to provoke them. However, since they were both Dao sects, Gu Fei should also be Guangqing Immortal sect's backer. I didn't expect Gu Fei to. Even in her dreams, Li Mengyao never imagined that Gu Fei would have such supreme achievements. Was he still that despicable and shameless guy in the virtual sky world? Junior sister, this time I need you to go. The sect master of Shangqing said to Li Mengyao earnestly. This. Chapter 46:51. There were quite a few outer realms on Buzhou Ancestral Planet. After all, once one reached the sacred level, one would be able to establish a stable little world. Of course, not even a quasi-supremacy could establish a real great world. Only an extreme supremacy could create a great world and rule over a part of the world. Guangqing Little World was not an impressive little world on Buzhou ancestral planet, but it was now the temporary home of the Guangqing immortal sect. However, the higher-ups of the Guangqing celestial sect were not willing to hide in this small world. Therefore, the Guangqing immortal sect sent Supreme Elder Yumu out of the Guangqing small world to investigate the outside world. This Supreme Elder Yumu's trip was not in vain. The people of Guangqing immortal sect would never have thought that a mere disciple of the Taishan sect would become an unparalleled expert who could look down on the world. Soon, the sect master of Guangqing immortal sect, Lu Shangqing, decided to send Li Mengyao to see Gu Fei. In the entire Guangqing immortal sect, Li Mengyao was the only one who had any relationship with Gu Fei. However, just as Li Mengyao was about to leave Guangqing small world with her two disciples, the exit of Guangqing small world was blocked. Someone was attacking the Guangqing little world. The Ziyun clan and the Golden Divine clan were on Buzhou ancestral planet. These two clans had once produced extreme supremacies and were extremely powerful. However, the faction attacking the Guangqing little world was not these two clans, but another faction that had risen in the past 1,000 years. This faction was called the Six Ways Alliance. It was an alliance of the 6 great factions on Buzhou ancestral planet, which was why it was called the Six Ways Alliance. The leader of the Six Ways Alliance was a quasi-supremacy. The Six Ways Alliance did not dare to provoke the Golden Divine clan and the Xin clan, but they dared to provoke other factions. In the past few centuries, the Six Ways Alliance had annexed countless factions. At this time, the Six Ways Alliance had begun to target the outer realms. What should we do? The people of Guangqing Little World were panicking. How could the tiny Guangqing immortal sect be a match for the Six Ways Alliance? This is a calamity. The head of the Guangqing immortal sect, Lu Shangqing, sighed. Just as the Guangqing immortal sect was about to climb up to Gu Fei, who would have thought that extreme joy would turn into sorrow? The Six Daos Alliance came knocking on their door. What should they do? While the broad accomplishment immortal sect was trapped in the small world by the Six Ways Alliance, Ji Changkong was standing outside the Cloud Arrival Inn in the purple Myrtle Ancestral Star's sovereign city. After He Tian returned from the heavenly realm, he immediately went into seclusion in the flying immortal land. The current Ji Changkong could be said to be weak. Without He Tian's help, he would not be able to deal with Emperor Ji. Therefore, he could only find people to help him. The informants he had planted in Unique City were all over the city. In fact, when Gu Fei's family had just moved into the inn, his informants had already discovered Gu Fei's family. Ji Changkong was not stupid. He had already drawn Gu Fei's appearance and sent it to his subordinates. This way, as long as Gu Fei appeared in the purple Myrtle Ancestral Star, he would be the first to know. If he could get his master to help, Emperor Ji would be like a chicken or a dog, unable to withstand a single blow. The fat shopkeeper arrived outside Gu Fei's room and asked carefully, "Sir, that person has already been waiting outside for 12 hours. Do you want to meet him?" "Let him continue standing there," Gu Fei said indifferently. The fat shopkeeper had no choice. He hesitated for a moment and did not say anything else. He turned and left. He had personally seen this fellow, called Gu Fei's daughter, easily kill a quasi-supreme. As her father, wouldn't Gu Fei be even stronger? Ji Changkong stood there for an entire day. Gu Fei did not move at all. Ji Changkong did not leave. He seemed to have steeled his heart to meet Gu Fei. If he did not see him, he would not leave. Is that fellow Ji Changkong stupid? Ji Xiaohua, who received the news, was stunned. Who was the other party? He actually wanted Ji Changkong to wait outside. One must know that Ji Changkong was someone who dared to go against Emperor Ji. Ji Xiaohua was very curious. Who was this person that Ji Changkong would lower himself to personally invite? No one would have thought that Ji Changkong had been standing outside the inn for 3 days and 3 nights. He did not sleep, rest, eat, or drink. Of course, with Ji Changkong's cultivation, not eating for 1 or 2 years would not be a problem. Gu Fei still did not summon Ji Changkong. Ji Changkong did not seem to be angry. He continued to stand outside obediently. Very soon, the news of Ji Changkong standing outside spread throughout the entire unique city. It even reached the Ji clan's ancestral lands, shocking everyone in the Ji clan. That fellow appeared in Unique City. In a courtyard of the Ji clan's ancestral land, there were few people sitting around a stone table under a big tree. They were eating and drinking. Humph! I heard that he is seeking an audience with a big shot. A white-robed youth sneered. Do you know who he is seeking an audience with? Emperor Ji asked. No idea. The others shook their heads. If you don't know, why aren't you sending people to investigate? Emperor Ji said in a bad mood. These people were all a bunch of idiots. I heard that He Tian is in seclusion somewhere. Only Ji Changkong is left. Won't it be easy to deal with him? The white-robed youth said with a smile. Yes, think of a way to kill him. Emperor Ji's expression turned gloomy. Didn't we already make a move? The white-robed youth, Ji Yuan, smiled. That's right, he was Ji Yuan, the Ji clan's unique city lord. This fellow should have been assassinated, but he actually appeared in Emperor Ji's courtyard. They set up a trap to lure Ji Changkong into taking the bait. Now Ji Changkong took the bait. However, the sudden appearance of that big shot caught Emperor Ji and the others off guard. They had planned everything, but in the end, they didn't expect this. Emperor Ji and the others were very careful. Before they knew who that big shot was, they wouldn't make a move. Ji Yuan faked his death, but Ji Long was really dead. Since Ji Changkong appeared in Unique City, he had to take the blame even if he didn't want it. Let's shift the blame to Ji Changkong first. After discussing for a long time, Emperor Ji made this decision. Who cares who that big shot is? Can he meddle in my clan's internal affairs? That's right. Everyone thought it was feasible. Soon, Emperor Ji issued the order. The people of Unique City started to move. After Ji Changkong stood outside the inn for 10 days, on the evening of the 11th day, Gu Fei finally summoned Ji Changkong. At this time, a piece of news spread in Unique City. The Unique City Lord, Ji Yuan, and Vice City Lord, Ji Long, were killed by Ji Changkong. Chapter 46-52. Ji Changkong killed Ji Yuan and Ji Long. It can't be, he dares? Why not? Isn't he the sworn enemy of the Ji clan's clan head Emperor Ji? That's true. In Unique City, in the streets and alleys, tea houses and restaurants, as long as there were cultivators, everyone was talking about the death of Unique City, Lord Ji Yuan, and Deputy City, Lord Ji Long. It had to be said that Emperor Ji's methods were truly brilliant. He did this to tarnish Ji Changkong's reputation while standing on the moral high ground. This way, the Ji clan naturally would not allow a fellow who killed innocent people to be the clan head. Emperor Ji would be able to hold the position of clan head, and Ji Changkong would have no chance. He wanted to use the invisible knife of public opinion to kill Ji Changkong. However, Ji Changkong seemed to have fallen for it. He should not have appeared in Unique City at this time. Now that he appeared, even if he had 10 mouths, he would not be able to clear his name. At this sensitive time, Ji Changkong should not have appeared in Unique City. However, he just had to appear in Unique City and wait outside the Yunlai Inn for 10 days. To be able to make Ji Changkong wait for 10 days, he must be an incredible person. Everyone was guessing who the person in the inn was. Emperor Ji was also very curious. He had managed the Ji clan for close to 10,000 years, and the entire ancestral myrtle star was filled with his eyes. Very quickly, a portrait was delivered to Emperor Ji. What? When Emperor Ji saw the portrait, he was completely stunned. In the courtyard where Emperor Ji was, he was sitting under a tree with a pale face. What should I do? What should I do? It's actually him. Emperor Ji panicked for a moment. This high and mighty Ji clan head was actually panicking, not knowing what to do. This was definitely something that rarely happened in the past 10,000 years. Just at this moment, several beams of divine light descended from the sky, directly landing in the courtyard. The divine light dissipated and 5 figures appeared. Lord Clanhead, why did you summon us so urgently? A tall and sturdy old man in grey robes sat opposite Emperor G and said loudly, "That's right, what's the urgent matter?" Another middle-aged man with a pale face frowned, since Emperor G had sent them an urgent talisman, asking them to rush back to the ancestral land of the G clan immediately. Even the G clan's patriarch couldn't easily use a Dao talisman of that level, because it could only be used when the clan was on the brink of life and death. This talisman could gather the power of the entire G clan. Everyone in the G clan had to listen to it unconditionally. These 5 elders of the G clan were very important in the G clan. Every one of them was an overlord, and they guarded the 5 territories for the G clan. The 5 grand elders were all high officials of the border. And most importantly, these 5 founding elders all supported Emperor G. Emperor G's methods were truly brilliant, and in these 10,000 years he had managed the G clan in an orderly manner. The 5 elders naturally didn't want the G clan to fall into chaos. A united G clan is the strongest G clan. Ji Changkong's return was a challenge to the entire G clan. At this moment, the 5 elders all looked at Empress G. "Looks like I have to abdicate." Emperor G sighed. "What?" When the 5 grand elders heard this, they were all shocked. "Abdicate? What the hell is this?" The position of the G clan's clan head wasn't something that could be abdicated so easily. Ji Changkong is very capable, Empress G said helplessly. "Clan head, what did you say? You want to give the position of clan head to Ji Changkong? How can this be?" The 5 elders immediately shook their heads. There were many people in the Ji clan who supported Ji Changkong, but the 5 elders all felt that Empress Ji was more suitable to be the clan head. "Look," Empress Ji directly handed the portrait to one of the 5 elders, Ji Wutian. "Who is this?" Ji Wutian took the portrait and looked at it. Suddenly his entire body trembled, and the portrait in his hand almost fell to the ground. He quickly and carefully picked up the portrait. "Boss, what's wrong?" Ji Wufeng, one of the 5 elders, looked at the portrait in Ji Wutian's hand and was so frightened that he almost fell to the ground. "It's him. He came. What should we do?" Ji Wufeng stuttered. "What else can we do? Cancel all the operations against Ji Changkong and send people to probe that person's attitude." Ji Wutian said with a grave expression. "That's right. That person's attitude is very important." Ji Wufeng forced himself to calm down. At this time, the other elders also knew who the person in the portrait was. The 5 elders' attitudes instantly changed 180 degrees. Empress Ji was also helpless. If that person came, let alone the Ji clan, there was no one in the entire Crepe Myrtle ancestral star who could contend against that person. Who would become the clan head of the Ji clan would be decided with just a word from that person. "Let's do it this way." Empress Ji sighed. The 5 elders did not return to their fief and stayed in the Ji clan's ancestral land. Although the Ji clan was powerful and had once produced a supreme, the supreme ancestor of the Ji clan had disappeared for countless years. No one knew if he was dead or alive. Without a supreme overseeing the human realm, the Crepe Myrtle ancestral star could be said to be in imminent danger. The Crepe Myrtle ancestral star was a fat piece of meat in the eyes of those big shots. However, everyone knew the relationship between He Tian and Gu Fei. The 2 were close brothers, and He Tian and Ji Changkong had a very good relationship. They had gone through life and death together all these years. In fact, not many people in the Crepe Myrtle ancestral star knew that Gu Fei was Ji Changkong's master. However, Empress Ji had already investigated Ji Changkong's background. At this time, in a high-class room of the unique city's Yunlai Inn, Ji Changkong directly laid down at Gu Fei's feet. Ji Changkong greets Master. May Master live for 10,000 autumns and unify the heavens. After Ji Changkong finished speaking, he lowered his head and did not move. The heavens are too small. Gu Fei lay down on a comfortable leather chair, somewhat dispirited. His gaze was no longer on the heavens. Only the eternal world was the world of the strong that he yearned for. When Ji Changkong heard this, he was puzzled. Did you come to see me for something? Gu Fei looked at Ji Changkong, who was lying on the ground, respectfully, and asked, Master, I wish to be the Ji clan's clan head. I hope Master can grant me this wish. Ji Changkong knew that this was a rare opportunity. What other great matters do I have? You're only this much. Say, all right, since you called me Master, you can do whatever you want to do. Gu Fei said impatiently, Many thanks, Master. Ji Changkong was both surprised and happy. You may leave. Gu Fei waved his hand and said, Master, this lowly one still has something to report. Ji Changkong said, Speak. Gu Fei said indifferently, Master, this lowly one has sent people to other ancestral planets to search for news of the 3 great Taoist sects. Not long ago, there was finally good news. Ji Changkong said carefully, What? Chapter 46:53. Ji Changkong actually found the Guangqing Immortal Sect, or the Shangqing Sect. When Gu Fei thought of this, he was finally moved. When he reached the Eternal Realm, he had used his divine sense to scan the entire mortal world. But he couldn't find the location of these 2 sections. Ji Changkong actually found them. At this moment, Ji Changkong carefully took out a jade strip and handed it to Gu Fei. Gu Fei waved his hand, and the jade strip in Ji Changkong's hand landed in his hand. He separated a strand of his spiritual will to sense the jade strip. Ancestral Star Buzhou, Guangqing's small world. Gu Fei's eyes lit up. Guangqing Immortal Sect. It's actually Guangqing Immortal Sect. How did you find them? Gu Ling, who had been silent all this while, suddenly asked. She had also searched for these 2 sects before, but there was no news. She didn't expect Ji Changkong to find Guangqing Immortal Sect. Not long ago, someone came to Ancestral Star, Create Myrtle. I paid some attention and found something wrong with this person. At first, I thought it was someone sent by Empress Ji. Unexpectedly, after interrogating that person, I found out that this person was actually Guangqing Immortal Sect's Grand Elder Yumu. Yumu? Gu Fei frowned. He really didn't have any impression of this so-called Grand Elder of Guangqing Immortal Sect. Actually, he wasn't familiar with many people in Guangqing Immortal Sect. Li Mengyao was one. Old Freak Xianyuan was another. However, Old Freak Xianyuan had died a long time ago. He really didn't have any impression of this Yumu. This fella was probably just a small character in Guangqing Immortal Sect. Actually, Gu Fei's guess was right. Guangqing Immortal Sect paid a huge price to move to Ancestral Star Buzhou. Some of the sect's important figures had died. To preserve their strength and to ensure that Guangqing Immortal Sect's foundation could be passed down, Guangqing Immortal Sect had no choice but to retreat to Guangqing's small world. You've done well. Gu Fei returned the jade strip to Ji Changkong and sent a strand of spiritual will into it. There's a strand of my spiritual will incarnation here. When you're in danger, just crush this jade strip and it will save your life. Gu Fei said, Thank you, Master. Ji Changkong was both surprised and happy. Right now, he was already a quasi-prime, but he still could not see the depths of his master. His master was definitely an extreme Tao Prime. What was sealed in this jade slip was definitely the incarnation of an extreme Tao Supreme Being. All right, you can leave now. I'll go see He Tian and then leave Ancestral Create Myrtle Star. Gu Fei said. Yes, Master. Ji Changkong did not dare to linger and quickly left the room. The fat shopkeeper, who had been waiting outside the door, finally knew Gu Fei's identity. This person was actually Ji Changkong's legendary omnipotent master, the fat shopkeeper was quite frightened. Previously, Ji Long dared to provoke this malefic star. His death was not unjust, absolutely not. Wait here for me. After saying that, Gu Fei disappeared into the void. Yan, and Gu Ling looked at each other and smiled. It seemed that they would have to make a trip to Ancestral Planet. He Tian's place of seclusion was the mysterious and unfathomable land of flying immortals. On Ancestral Planet, the land of flying immortals was a legendary secret realm with great fortune. It was very difficult to enter such a secret realm. Back then, He Tian and Ji Chongkong had only entered the land of flying immortals by chance and were trapped inside. By the time they came out, many years had already passed. But now, even though they were already quasi-supremes, it would still take them some time to enter the land of flying immortals. After He Tian snatched a great Tao Golden Lotus from the Chaos Immortal Mansion world, he directly returned to Ancestral Planet and entered the land of flying immortals for seclusion. To He Tian, there was no place more suitable for seclusion than the land of flying immortals. It was absolutely safe here. The flying immortal city was near the land of flying immortals. The city lord, the flying immortals, was still the flying immortals king, Ji Xuanji. However, his cultivation had already broken through to the sacred realm, so his name had been changed to Sacred King Feixian. The Sacred King Feixian lived a happy life. In his own city, he could do whatever he wanted. Even the Ji clan's patriarch, Emperor Ji, could not control him. However, ever since He Tian came to the land of flying immortals, the Sacred King Feixian's troubles multiplied. He was always on tenterhooks, afraid that something bad would happen. Life, just as the Sacred King Feixian, Ji Xuanji, was lying on a wrought tent chair in the courtyard and basking in the sun, he suddenly noticed a figure silently appearing in the sky above his city, Lord Mansion. This is... Ji Xuanji's shock was no small matter. The person in the sky had also noticed him. In the next moment, the person in the sky disappeared into the void. Just when Ji Xuanji thought that the person had left and was feeling happy, he suddenly realized that there was another person beside him. How is this possible? Ji Xuanji's shock was no small matter. The other party had already arrived beside him, but he did not notice in time. The other party's cultivation was many times higher than his. Do you know where the entrance to the land of flying immortals is? Gu Fei asked indifferently. He had arrived in the vicinity of the land of ascension, but sadly he could not find the entrance to the land of ascension. However, he knew that the land of flying immortals was nearby. Sir, I do not know where the entrance to the land of flying immortals is, Ji Xuanji said carefully. Gu Fei could not help but frown when he heard this. It seemed that entering this secret realm was not going to be easy at all. Swoosh! Gu Fei's figure disappeared into the void. When he reappeared, he was already in the sky above the land of flying immortals. He sat cross-legged in the void and used his divine ability to sense the surroundings. This time, he directly used the power of an eternal mark. So it's here. Gu Fei suddenly stood up and disappeared into the void with a sway of his body. When he reappeared, he knew that he had entered a secret realm. It was a small world with a sun, moon, and stars as well as day and night. At the center of this small world was a city. It was a huge city, but it was empty. There was not a single person inside. At this moment, He Tian was sitting on an altar in the square of the huge city. Divine hymns of the great Tao emanated from his body, as if a supreme being was giving a sermon. Not bad. Gu Fei could not help but nod when he saw this. He Tian's cultivation had accumulated enough, and the great Tao Golden Lotus was like a fuse that directly detonated He Tian's cultivation. It was only a matter of time before He Tian entered the extreme grade. He immediately left after seeing He Tian, unwilling to disturb He Tian. Chapter 46-54. Ever since Gu Fei's cultivation base recovered to the eternal realm, there was no place in the myriad heavens that he couldn't go if he wanted to. Moreover, he also mastered the wheel of the heavens. In theory, he could use the wheel of the heavens to travel freely in the myriad heavens. The flying immortal land was naturally not a problem for him. The flying immortal land was not a simple place. The laws of heaven and earth were more complete than the outside. It was the best choice for Haitian to break through to the extreme realm in the flying immortal land. Moreover, it was relatively easier to break through to the extreme realm in the human realm than in other places, because when Gu Fei was mending the heavenly Tao, it was equivalent to refining the heavenly Tao of the human realm again. Almost all of the heavenly Tao imprints left behind by the past experts who had undergone the extreme Tao heavenly tribulation were refined by him. After seeing that Haitian was fine, Gu Fei left the flying immortal land. He directly went to the place where the ancestral earth vein was located. He sat cross-legged on the peak of the sacred mountain and took out the wheel of the heavens. On the wheel of the heavens, fine cracks were still very obvious. This supreme Tao artifact of the ancestral realm was still flawed. This supreme Tao artifact was an eternal Tao artifact. Before Gu Fei became an eternal sovereign, he did not have the ability to repair this supreme treasure. But it was different now. He directly activated the wheel of the heavens and earth and directly drew the 9 heavenly true fire to the peak of the sacred mountain to repair the wheel of the heavens. Soon, the cracks on the wheel of the heavens and earth that were thrown into the furnace of heaven and earth gradually disappeared. What is that? When Gu Fei refined the weapon on the top of the sacred mountain and drew the 9 heavenly true fire, there was a phenomenon of heaven and earth. 9-colored divine fire descended from the sky and landed on the mountain top. The cultivators who were cultivating near the sacred mountain were immediately alarmed. "There's someone on the peak," a quasi-supreme being expert cried out in alarm. The peak of the sacred mountain was not a place that could be reached just because one wanted to. The peak of the sacred mountain was protected by all kinds of restrictive spells set up by the experts of the past. If one were to activate these restrictive spells, even if they didn't die, they would lose half their lives. "Awesome, who is that person?" Someone exclaimed. "Is that him?" An elder of the Ji clan happened to be in seclusion nearby. When he saw the figure on the peak of the Saint Mountain, he was so scared that he almost peed his pants. He immediately turned around and left. Soon, the news that Gu Fei was in Ziwei Holy Mountain spread. One after another, mysterious and powerful figures appeared near Ziwei Sacred Mountain. Boom! More than 6 hours later, a shocking aura suddenly erupted from the summit of Ziwei Sacred Mountain. Under this aura, even an extreme-grade sovereign would feel uneasy. Finally, the heaven and earth furnace had disappeared, and the universal world wheel was floating in the air. This was the flawless universal world wheel, and it was giving off a terrifying aura. This was an eternal level aura, and a wisp of it could even suppress the heavenly Tao. Gu Fei waved his hand and kept the all heavens world wheel in the air. Only then did the big shots near the Ziwei Sacred Mountain heave a sigh of relief. When they came back to their senses, they found that Gu Fei had already disappeared. "What took you so long?" Yan asked when they returned to the inn. "I went to Ziwei Sacred Mountain and repaired the all heavens world wheel." Gu Fei said, "Repaired the all heavens world wheel." Yan couldn't help but rejoice when she heard this. She had long wanted to see other worlds. "Father, are we leaving now?" Gu Ling asked. "Yes, let's go to ancestral star Buzhou first." As Gu Fei spoke, he waved his sleeve and a ball of eternal light immediately enveloped his family. In the next moment, his family instantly disappeared into the void. Ziwei Ancestral Star was billions of miles away from Ancestral Star Buzhou. But with just a thought, Gu Fei brought Yan and Guling to the starry sky outside of Ancestral Star Buzhou. Just as Gu Fei left Ziwei Ancestral Star, Ji Changkong made his move. After learning of Gu Fei's attitude from Gu Fei, he directly returned to the ancestral ground and gathered all the upper echelons of the Ji clan. In the ancestral hall, in front of everyone, He wanted Emperor Ji to pass the position of clan leader to him. The 5 great elders of the Ji clan, who had originally supported Emperor Ji, suddenly had a 180-degree change in their attitudes. They actually supported Ji Changkong. Since Ji Changkong had obtained the support of the 5 great elders, the others naturally didn't dare to object. Moreover, Emperor Ji had no choice but to lower his head because Gu Fei was on Ziwei ancestral star. With Gu Fei here, the entire Ji clan was nothing in Gu Fei's eyes. If Gu Fei wanted to exterminate the Ji clan, he didn't even need to do anything. There would naturally be people who would do it for him. Although Emperor Ji was unwilling, he had no choice but to abdicate. Ji Changkong directly sent Emperor Ji to guard the tombs of his ancestors, never to return. The feeling of ruthlessly trampling Emperor Ji under his feet was simply too satisfying. In just a little more than a day, the entire Ziwei ancestral star changed. At this time, in the depths of the human realm, on a lifeless planet, a bare-chested middle-aged fatty was undergoing tribulation. Boundless tribulation, lightning, engulfed the entire planet. A terrifying aura of destruction spread in all directions, causing the entire heavenly Tao to tremble. "Father, you must succeed." On another planet in the distance, a fatty stood on a boulder and looked at the middle-aged man who was undergoing his tribulation. That person was none other than Gu Zhong. The person watching Gu Zhong's tribulation from the side was his precious son, Gu Xiaofeng. The extreme Tao heavenly tribulation caused a huge commotion. All the experts in the human realm could feel the aura of the tribulation. Many powerful beings were watching from the side. While Gu Zhong was undergoing tribulation, on Ziwei ancestral star, Heitian had also attracted the extreme Tao heavenly tribulation. At this time, Gu Fei had already brought Yener and the others to the southern region of Buzhou ancestral star. At this time, 6 Daos Alliance was attacking Guangqing Small World. The entrance to Guangqing Small World was in a valley. This valley looked like a valley filled with rocks. At this time, the entire valley was filled with people. Only 1 elder from 6 Daos Alliance came. The others were all cultivators of the younger generation from 6 Daos Alliance. They were tempering their disciples. When Gu Fei sensed all this, he was very displeased. The consequences would be dire. Gu Ling directly landed outside the valley's entrance. "Who goes there?" 2 people from 6 Daos Alliance jumped out and blocked Gu Ling's path. With just a thought from Gu Ling, the 2 of them fell to the ground without a sound. She directly walked into the valley. Everywhere she passed, the disciples of 6 Daos Alliance fell to the ground, silently dying. Chapter 46:55. On the Buzhou ancestral planet, the Golden Divine clan had gone into seclusion, and the Ziyun clan had announced their seclusion. The 6 Ways Alliance had seized the opportunity to rise and conquer the entire Buzhou ancestral planet. The 6 Ways Alliance's fame was unrivaled in the entire ancestral Buzhou star. However, the 6 Ways Alliance master was no fool. He did not touch the Golden Divine clan and the Ziyun clan. These 2 forces had existed for countless years and were great clans that had produced extreme grade sovereigns in the past. Moreover, the Golden Divine clan and the Ziyun clan had gone into seclusion because they had obtained a great fortune in the Chaos Immortal Abode. The Golden Goddess had gone into seclusion after returning from the Chaos Immortal Abode. The Ziyun siblings had also returned to the Ziyun clan. The Ziyun clan had immediately announced their seclusion. Although the 2 superpowers on the Buzhou ancestral planet did not care about worldly affairs, they had many businesses that needed to be taken care of. The 6 Ways Alliance master was well aware of the 6 Ways Alliance's strength, so he did not dare to touch the 2 clans. However, he did not dare to touch the 2 clans, and he did not care about the other cultivation forces. Hence, the 6 Ways Alliance began to attack the Outer Realms in an attempt to conquer all the Outer Realms on the Buzhou ancestral planet. Before the 6 Ways Alliance attacked the Guangqing Small World, one of the Outer Realms had already been conquered by the 6 Ways Alliance. All who resisted were killed. The 6 Ways Alliance had directly taken over the small world. Now, it was the Guangqing small world's turn. Fortunately, the entrance to the Guangqing small world was a little special. It only allowed cultivators below the quasi-saint level to enter and exit. Even quasi-sovereigns did not dare to barge into the Guangqing small world. Once the passage collapsed, even quasi-sovereigns would be injured. The most terrifying thing was that they would be swept into the endless chaos and would never be able to find their way back. The Six Ways Alliance could only send those below the quasi-saint level to attack the Guangqing small world. Meanwhile, in the valley, Elder Wan Qian of the Six Ways Alliance was very depressed. It was already the third day. They had been attacking the small world for 3 days and 3 nights without breaking through. In the depths of the valley, a gate had long been destroyed. Behind the gate was a long passageway. Behind the passageway was Guangqing small world. In front of the stone door, there were corpses everywhere. Within the stone door, there were also many corpses. Among these corpses, there were disciples of the Six Daos Alliance, and there were also disciples of the Guangqing Immortal Sect. The people from the Six Ways Alliance were unable to break in, but the people from Guangqing's pocket world were also unable to break out. The two forces were in a stalemate. Just then, Gu Fei's family arrived. Gu Ling charged straight into the valley. "Little fellow, you're courting death." Wan Qian took a step forward and directly punched towards Gu Ling. 9 dragon shadows rushed out from his fist and pounced towards Gu Ling. Gu Ling sneered. In the next moment, she also threw out a punch. However, Gu Ling's punch did not contain any power. It was like a punch thrown by an ordinary person. The corner of Wan Gon's lips curled up, revealing a trace of disdain. Bam! Kacha! 2 fists instantly collided. In the next moment, Wan Gon's expression froze. He only felt a pain in his right hand. After that, he could no longer feel his right hand. Wan Gon hurriedly lowered his head and was instantly scared out of his wits. He saw that his entire arm had disappeared. It was completely clean. Not a single drop of blood or piece of flesh could be seen. "You!" Wan Gon stared at Gu Ling viciously. If looks could kill, Gu Ling would have been killed by Wan Gon countless times over. The valley was completely silent. All the people from the Six Ways Alliance stared at Gu Ling and Wan Gon with their mouths agape. "Now, who's the reckless one?" Gu Ling laughed. "Lord, please spare me." Wan Gon immediately cowered. He forcefully endured the pain of losing his arm and knelt on the ground, begging Gu Ling not to kill him. "Where's your backbone? You're still a sage after all." Gu Ling was truly speechless. "You're about to lose your life. What backbone do you have?" Although Wan Gon was ashamed, he was more worried about his little life. Something like backbone. If he could continue living, he would definitely be the person with the most backbone in this world. At this moment, the hundreds of people from the Six Ways Alliance in the valley were in an uproar. Their elder Wan Gon had actually fallen to the point where he was begging for his life. "Who are you people exactly? Why are you attacking this place?" Gu Ling asked. She had just arrived at ancestral Starbujo and did not know what was going on. However, since these people were attacking the small world of the Guangqing Immortal Sect, they were definitely enemies of the Guangqing Immortal Sect. Since they were enemies, Gu Ling would not show any mercy. "We're from the Six Ways Alliance." Wan Gon did not even dare to fart as he obediently revealed his background. Six Ways Alliance. Gu Ling couldn't help but frown when she heard this. This name was not unfamiliar to her. "Get your Six Ways Alliance leader to scram over here to see me." Gu Ling said to Wan Gon. "Yes, yes, yes." Wan Qian hastily took out an information transmission talisman and sent a strand of his divine sense into the talisman, sending it back to the Six Daos Alliance's headquarters. "What is this Wan Gon doing? He actually called me over. Could it be that he can't even defeat a small Guangqing Immortal Sect?" A voice came from the main altar of the Six Ways Alliance. The Six Ways Alliance leader did not make a move. He only sent out another elder. This elder was called Yuan Qin, and his cultivation base had already reached the peak of the Holy Venerate. Yuan Chen was only half a step away from successfully entering the quasi-supremacy realm. If the two of you can't take down the Guangqing immortal sect, even after joining hands, there's no need for the two of you to come back. I don't raise trash. The Six Ways Alliance leader said coldly. Yes, Lord Alliance leader. Yuan Chen received the order and rushed towards the territory of the Guangqing immortal sect. When Yuan Chen arrived nearby and entered the valley, he felt unwell. He saw the most unbelievable scene. The usually arrogant Wangan was now lying at the feet of someone. His right arm was missing. What's going on? Yuan Chen immediately turned around and wanted to leave. However, when he turned around, he realized that two people had already blocked his way. These two people were Gu Fei and Yen Er. Scram! Yuan Chen roared angrily and sent a palm strike at Gu Fei and Yen Er. The powerful palm strike instantly enveloped the two of them. Gu Fei smiled. With a snap of his fingers, all of Yuan Chen's attacks missed. Yuan Chen was sent flying and smashed into the valley. Chapter 46-56 Ancestral Bujo Star. Outside the entrance to Guangqing's small world, all the disciples of the Six Ways Alliance were dumbfounded. The two great elders, who were usually high and mighty, were actually like dead dogs, lying on the ground, shivering, terrified to the extreme. Lord, don't kill us. The elders of the Six Ways Alliance, Wangan and Yuan Chen, were actually begging the three young-looking men to spare their lives. They were as cowardly as they could be. The disciples of the Six Ways Alliance in the valley felt embarrassed when they saw their elders acting so cowardly. What's going on? Why are we attacking Guangqing's small world? Gu Fei looked at the two fellows at his feet and asked calmly. This, replying to Lord, this is Lord Alliance Head's decision. Wangan immediately pushed the blame to Six Ways Alliance Head. There was no difficulty in pushing the blame. That's right. Wherever Lord Alliance Head tells us to attack, we can only obey. Yuan Chen added on from the side. I don't want to kill anyone today. Bring your men and scram. Go back and tell your Lord Alliance Head to stop having any ideas about Guangqing Immortal Sect. Gu Fei waved his hand impatiently. Thank you, Lord, for sparing our lives. Thank you, Lord, for sparing our lives. Wangan and Yuan Chen were both shocked and overjoyed. At least they didn't have to die. They hurriedly led their subordinates and retreated dejectedly. They were afraid that Gu Fei would change his mind. Soon, Gu Fei and his family were the only ones left in the valley. No one else could be seen. At this moment, a figure walked out from a stone passage in the depths of the valley. Gu Fei, is it really you? That person rushed over excitedly when she saw Gu Fei. When she saw Yenner and Gu Ling beside Gu Fei, she stopped in front of Gu Fei. Li Mengyao? Gu Fei was surprised and overjoyed when he saw the lady. Li Mengyao of the Guangqing Immortal Sect was quite famous in the eastern region of the soaring dragon ancestral star. When he saw Li Mengyao again, she was still as elegant as before. However, she had a more mature aura, giving off a sense of vicissitudes. Obviously, Li Mengyao had been through a lot. Gu Fei also saw through Li Mengyao's cultivation with a single glance. Holy Venerable Realm. Father, is she the one you're looking for? Gu Ling sized up Li Mengyao. She was a sword saint. Compared to her mother, Li Mengyao seemed to have more of a heroic spirit. Father, is this your daughter? Li Mengyao was also looking at Gu Ling. She was shocked to find out that she couldn't see through Gu Ling. It was as if the woman in front of her was just an ordinary person. However, she knew that it was impossible for Gu Fei's daughter to be an ordinary person. There was only one explanation, and that was that Gu Fei's daughter's cultivation was far above hers. She had never expected Gu Ling to be an extreme grade sovereign. Yes, her name is Gu Ling. Gu Fei then glanced at Yen Er beside him and said, This is my wife, Yen Er. Oh, Li Mengyao was a little dazed. She didn't think that Gu Fei was already married. His daughter was already so old, but her cultivation was still above hers. It seemed that she had missed out on a lot of things in this life. After the Guangqing celestial sect moved to Buzhou ancestral star, they hid in the small world of Guangqing to recuperate. They didn't care about what happened outside. When they came out again, the outside world had already changed. "Aren't you going to invite us in?" After finding the Guangqing celestial sect, Gu Fei breathed a sigh of relief. Taishan sect had been rebuilt among the three great Taoist sects. Now that the Guangqing celestial sect had been found, there was only the Shangqing sect left. He didn't know what happened to Lin Shui, or back then. Gu Fei still remembered the scene when Lin Shui broke into Taishan sect. Now, Taishan sect had long been destroyed. Although Li Lingfeng had rebuilt Taishan sect, the Taishan sect of today was no longer the Taishan sect of the past. "Ah, please come with me." Li Mengyao suddenly came back to her senses. She couldn't help but blush. Then she turned around and led the way. When they came to the passageway of the stone gate, Li Mengyao stopped. "This entrance is a bit unusual. Only people below the saint level can enter," Li Mengyao said with some embarrassment. "It's okay." Gu Fei could see the truth of this passageway at a glance. This was just a forbidden technique of the extreme path. Moreover, this kind of forbidden technique was a bit incomplete. This kind of forbidden technique couldn't stop a true extreme path supreme. Naturally, it couldn't stop an eternal path supreme like Gu Fei. As Gu Fei spoke, he directly walked toward the passageway of the stone gate. Li Mengyao wanted to stop him, but Gu Fei had already walked in. Then Li Mengyao was dumbfounded. "Nothing? Didn't they say that only creatures below the saint level could enter?" Gu Ling and Yan also walked in. This, Li Mengyao was completely dumbfounded. She was cold and hurriedly chased after them. Gu Fei's arrival shocked the entire Guangqing immortal sect. Guangqing immortal sect master Lu Qing personally went to Guangyuan City to welcome him. That night, Lu Shangqing set up a banquet in the Guangyuan City Lord's mansion and invited Gu Fei and his family. At this moment, Gu Fei realized that the current Guangqing immortal sect was no longer the same. Old monster Shen Yuan and the others from back then were no longer around. However, he could still see a few familiar faces. This made Gu Fei a bit disappointed. However, Lu Shangqing, Yu Mu, and the others were extremely excited. Gu Fei's thigh was really thick. As long as they hugged him tightly, they would be able to revitalize Guangqing immortal sect. They could almost see the scene of Guangqing immortal sect's rapid rise. While the Guangyuan city in the Guangqing immortal sect's small world was decorated with lanterns and colored banners, the headquarters of the Six Ways Alliance was gloomy and gloomy. "You two pieces of trash still have the face to come back?" The Six Ways Alliance master was furious. These two fellows couldn't even deal with a small Guangqing immortal sect. This was really disappointing. "Alliance master, we tried our best and almost lost our lives. Unfortunately, they were too strong. There was nothing we could do." Elder Wangan sprawled on the throne in the hall, shivering again. "That's right, Alliance Master. I seriously suspect that the three of them are extreme supremes," Elder Yuanqin said with a sad face. Just like Wangan, he was terrified the moment he returned to the headquarters of the Six Ways Alliance. "Do you think I'm stupid? 3 extreme supremes? Since when did ancestral Buzhou Star have 3 extreme supremes?" The Six Ways Alliance Master really wanted to slap these 2 pieces of trash to death. "Alliance Master, why would we dare to lie to you?" Wangan said with a trembling voice. "Preposterous. I'm going to personally meet the so-called 3 extreme supremes. If I find out that you're lying to me, you know the consequences." The Six Ways Alliance Master's voice was still echoing in the hall, but his figure had already disappeared. This Six Ways Alliance Master had an impressive background. He was an extreme supremes himself. Without reaching the extreme supremes, how would he dare to conquer ancestral Buzhou Star and conquer 2/3 of its territory? In the blink of an eye, Alliance Master 6 Ways appeared outside the entrance to Guangqing Pocket World. Chapter 46-57 Alliance Leader 6 Das personally took action. He teleported to the stone door deep within the valley of Guangqing Small World. Without hesitation, he rushed into the small world of Guangqing. Rumble! As soon as Alliance Leader 6 Das entered Guangqing Small World, an extreme aura erupted from his body. The entire Guangqing Small World instantly shook. What's happening? What's wrong? Countless disciples of Guangqing Immortal Sect in Guangyuan City panicked. Some of them fell to the ground. Their legs turned to jelly. Humph! At the same time, a cold laugh came from the sky. Then a huge hand came down from the sky and slammed down on Guangyuan City. The entire Guangyuan City was enveloped by this huge hand. Alliance Leader 6 Das was really angry. He wanted to destroy the entire Guangqing Immortal Sect. We're dead. Countless disciples of Guangqing Immortal Sect in the city were scared out of their wits. Some broke down and cried. Some had ashen faces and despair. In the city lord residence, Guangqing Sect leader Lu Shangqing and Li Mengyao were still calm. With a god like Gu Fei here, what was there to be afraid of? Would Gu Fei just watch as the Guangqing Immortal Sect was annihilated in front of him? Of course not. However, when they saw the huge hand coming down from the sky, they were still very nervous. The mighty aura coming down from the sky made their souls tremble. Just as the giant hand in the sky was about to fall on the city, a ball of divine light suddenly emerged and directly enveloped the entire Guangyuan City. Boom! The huge hand came down and slammed on the ball of light. The entire ball of light shook violently. Countless Dao patterns intertwined on the ball of light and blocked the huge hand. Seeing this, Alliance Master 6 Das was dumbfounded. He felt that the situation was far from good and wanted to flee. However, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him and blocked his way. Who are you? Alliance Leader 6 Das stared at the lady in white and said coldly, Who are you? The lady in white asked, I'm your grandfather. Go to hell. Alliance Leader 6 Das roared. A golden light burst out from his right hand that was aimed at Guling. In that instant, it was as if the metal elemental energy in the world had been drawn by his unfathomable power, gathering from all directions. Within the surging golden light, countless golden sword shadows were condensed and slashed towards Guling. The golden divine light lit up the entire small world. In the night sky, tens of thousands of sword shadows gathered together. Those were not true divine swords, but rather they were condensed from the boundless power of the metal element. They formed a golden sea of swords, and the momentum was extremely great. In Guangyuan City, the faces of everyone who witnessed this scene turned pale with horror. Alliance Master 6 Das metal elemental divine ability was domineering. Golden energy waves condensed into countless sword shadows. The sword energy surged forward and the resplendent golden light illuminated the night sky, causing even the stars to pale in comparison. Everyone was shocked by the divine ability displayed by Alliance Master 6 Ways. Everyone's hearts palpitated. Tisk, playing with swords in front of me? Guling laughed. She was a sword sovereign, but she did not intend to compete with Alliance Leader 6 Das. Fire Fist! Guling punched forward. Her move was simple and direct. It was a manifestation of power. Under the endless golden sword light, her figure was huge. How dare you take my metal element, sword chi, head-on? You're courting death. Alliance Leader 6 Das showed disdain when he saw that Guling did not retreat. Instead, she counterattacked. However, the next moment he could not smile anymore. A fire-like aura rushed out from Guling's fist. The fiery light lit up the world. It was as if a great fire had burned the sky. The glaring flames pounced forward like fire dragons, as if they wanted to incinerate everything in the world. They blotted out the sky and covered the earth as they charged towards the golden sea of swords. Vast heat waves surged out in all directions. Countless disciples of Guangyuan City felt as if they were in an oven. The oppressive heat was hard for them to bear. The heat didn't seem to come from the outside, but from inside their bodies. Guling's punch made everyone in Guangqing City feel as if they were being burned by fire. Everyone in the city was shocked. Guling did not show mercy. She was decisive and would not give her opponent any chance. This was Guling's principle. Duels were meant to be life or death. The earth-shattering golden sword shadow instantly collided with Guling's fire elemental fist. A muffled rumble broke out. The sound was not loud, but it shook the heaven and earth. Tens of thousands of dazzling golden sword shadows were shattered into streaks of flowing light that streaked across the sky and were finally extinguished in the raging flames. High up in the sky, flames and sharpness were everywhere. The burst of strong light lit up the world. It was especially eye-catching under the night sky. Even 1,000 miles away, it could be seen clearly. Unparalleled strength chis collided, surged, and canceled each other out. A great pressure swept out, enveloping the surrounding area. Alliance Lord Six Da's attack was shattered by a single punch from Guling. At this time, Gu Fei had already made his move to stabilize Guangqing Small World. Otherwise, the whole Guangqing Small World would be destroyed if the two supreme experts fought. Yu, Alliance Leader Six Ways, was shocked. He did not expect his opponent to be so powerful. He is Alliance Leader Six Ways. At this time, Grand Elder Yu Mu of Guangqing Immortal Sect suddenly exclaimed, "What?" In the City Lord's mansion, the higher-ups of Guangqing Immortal Sect were shocked. The person in the sky was the legendary Alliance Leader Six Ways. Alliance Leader Six Ways was personally dealing with a puny Guangqing Immortal Sect. This caused the higher-ups of Guangqing Immortal Sect to break out in cold sweat. If it wasn't for Gu Fei and his family, Guangqing Immortal Sect would have been annihilated by Alliance Leader Six Ways. Alliance Leader Six Ways? Guling looked at the fella in front of him, and his lips curled into a faint smile. Swish! At this moment, Alliance Leader Six Ways suddenly disappeared into the void. However, in the next moment, a huge cauldron flew out from the city Lord's mansion and smashed into the void thousands of miles away. Boom! The void exploded, and a figure fell out of the void in a sorry state. Trying to escape? Seeing this, Guling was instantly enraged. With a single teleportation, he appeared near Alliance Master Six Das. Without even thinking, he sent another punch at Alliance Master Six Das. Alliance Lord Six Das was blasted away. At this time, Alliance Leader Six Ways was filled with regret. He shouldn't have been so rash and come here alone. Who would have thought that there were 3 supreme experts hiding here? Chapter 4658. The miserable Alliance Master Six Ways was filled with regret. He should not have trusted those 2 bastards. But who would have thought that 3 Supremes would suddenly appear on the ancestral star of Buzhou? This was an extreme Dao supremacy, not some roadside weed that could be seen everywhere. Even the appearance of an extreme-grade sovereign on the ancestral star of Buzhou would cause a commotion, not to mention 3 extreme-grade sovereigns. Truth be told, Alliance Master Six Das could not sense Gu Fei's cultivation base at all. All he knew was that Gu Fei was also an extreme Dao Utmost Prime. Moreover, he was the strongest existence amongst the Supremes. Otherwise, how could he not have sensed that fellow's cultivation base? Bam! A dull sound of impact could be heard. Alliance Master Six Ways was once again sent flying by Guling's punch. His body shattered in the void and turned into a mist of blood. However, Alliance Master Six Ways immediately reassembled his body and turned into a dazzling sword radiance. He soared into the sky, intending to use the sword escape technique to escape. Haha, Guling laughed. His body flashed, transforming into a streak of sword light as he chased after Alliance Master Six Das. What? Alliance Master Sixways was truly shocked. He never expected his opponent to be a Sword Dao sovereign as well. Moreover, his Sword Dao cultivation was clearly above his own. This is bad. Alliance Master Sixways knew that he would most likely die here today. At his level of cultivation, his premonitions were usually accurate and rarely wrong. Guangyuan City was hundreds of thousands of miles away from the entrance of Guangqing's small world. However, such a distance was nothing to Alliance Master Sixways. With just a thought, he had already rushed to the entrance of Guangqing small world. Whoosh! Alliance Master Sixways did not hesitate and immediately rushed out of Guangqing small world. Guling naturally would not let him go so easily and chased after him. Hum! Hum! Two sword lights of extreme Dao appeared on Buzhou Ancestral Star. Two sword cries resounded across the 9 heavens, and at that very moment, all the sword cultivators on Buzhou Ancestral Star felt their natal swords vibrating as if they were summoned to rush out of their bodies. The instant the extreme Dao, Sword Venerable, released his Sword Dao aura, it would produce the phenomenon of 10,000 swords greeting. All the swords uncontrollably flew towards the extreme Dao, Sword Venerable. The appearance of 2 extreme sword sovereigns on Buzhou Ancestral Star had brought great misfortune to the sword cultivators. Those with stronger cultivation base could barely control their natal swords, but those with weaker cultivation base had their swords flown away. How is this possible? All the sword cultivators on Buzhou Ancestral Star were dumbfounded. 2 extreme Sword Venerables had appeared on Buzhou Ancestral Star at the same time? What was going on? That was an extreme Sword Venerable. 2 of them had appeared at the same time. This was unprecedented in the cultivation history of Buzhou Ancestral Star. There had never been 2 extreme Sword Venerables appearing at the same time in the entire human realm, let alone Buzhou Ancestral Star. It's Alliance Master Six Daos, someone exclaimed. Who's the other one? Almost all the bigwigs on Buzhou Ancestral Star were alarmed by the appearance of an ancient existence. The 2 Sword Dao auras that appeared on Buzhou Ancestral Star were just too powerful. Guling was like a cat catching a mouse, unhurriedly chasing after Alliance Master Six Daos. The Alliance Master was shocked, furious, and helpless at the same time. Her cultivation base was definitely above his. How could such an expert be unknown? However, Alliance Master Six Daos could not think of anyone on Buzhou Ancestral Star, or even the entire human realm, who had successfully broken through to the extreme Dao realm, much less become an extreme Sword Venerable. Guling was not only an extreme Sword Venerable, but she also cultivated the Fire Dao. Alliance Master Six Daos had fled from the eastern region to the western region, then from the western region to the northern region, and finally from the northern region to the southern region. As he fled, he had practically run through the entire Buzhou Ancestral Star. Wherever he went, everyone who saw the scene was dumbfounded, and their jaws dropped to the ground. It was the Six Daos Alliance Master, who had been in the limelight for many years. But now he was being chased by a woman? This was too ridiculous. Alliance Master Six Daos was truly treacherous. Seeing that he couldn't get rid of Guling, he had lured her to the Golden Divine's ancestral ground. Has Alliance Master Six Daos lost his mind? Isn't he afraid that the Golden Divines will come after him for something like this? That's a powerful race that once produced an extreme Dao sovereign. When the ancients who had been watching the chase saw Alliance Master Six Daos heading for the Golden Divine's ancestral ground, they knew that a good show was about to unfold. I heard that the Golden Goddess has returned and is in seclusion to break through to the extreme Dao sovereign realm. Someone had some connections with the Golden Divines and knew some inside information. Alliance Master Six Daos wants to stop the goddess from breaking through to the extreme Dao sovereign realm? Someone exclaimed. However, the Golden Divines had long since sealed themselves off from the outside world. The Golden Divine's ancestral ground was a restricted area on planet Buzhou. It was a place that could be moved. Yes, the Golden Divines had a mobile ancestral ground. It was a golden, sacred mountain with countless caverns on it. The Golden Divines lived in the caverns of the Golden Divine Mountain and used its metal elemental power to cultivate. It was precisely because of the existence of the Golden Divine Mountain that the Golden Clan had been able to survive for so long. Every generation produced experts, making them far stronger than the average faction on planet Bujo. On the entire Bujo ancestral planet, only the Zun clan could contend with the Golden Gods. At this time, the Gold Divine Race's sacred mountain was surrounded by layers of killing arrays. The Gold Divine Race's people had all left the sacred mountain. At the peak of the Golden Sacred Mountain, a figure was sitting cross-legged on a golden rock where the Golden Clan's progenitor had once sat. It was a beautiful woman with a head full of golden hair. She was the only person on the entire Golden Sacred Mountain. She was the Golden Goddess. She had refined the great path Golden Lotus she had obtained from the Chaos Immortal Mansion and successfully severed the extreme Tao bloodline in her body. Today, she was finally going to take that step. However, right at that moment, two uninvited guests arrived outside her seclusion area. Alliance Master Six Daos, what do you want? An old voice sounded, and a golden-haired old man slowly walked out of the mountain, where the Gold Sacred Mountain was located with the help of a walking stick. The old man had a face full of wrinkles, and his eyes were cloudy. He looked like he would collapse at any moment. However, Alliance Master Six Daos, who was about to rush straight to the Golden Sacred Mountain, was shocked when he saw the old man. How is this possible? How are you still alive? Alliance Master Six Daos seemed to be quite shocked. He stopped and involuntarily took a few steps back. Gu Ling had already caught up. Chapter 46:59. The Golden Divine Clan was a race that had been passed down for eons on planet Bujo's ancestral star, and they were even more ancient than the Ziyun clan. When the Golden Divine Clan's ancestor dominated the world, the Ziyun clan's supreme great ancestor was still playing in the mud somewhere. The Six Daos Alliance Master was also an extreme grade sovereign, and the Six Daos Alliance he founded had swept across the entire ancestral star of Bujo, conquering 2/3 of its territory. In the history of the Bujo ancestral planet, only the Golden Divine Clan and the Ziyun clan had once dominated the entire planet. But now the Golden Divine Clan had gone into seclusion. The Ziyun clan had sealed their mountains, and the Six Ways Alliance was the sole power. Hence, the Six Ways Alliance Master was a little arrogant. Alliance Master Six Daos, it's one thing for you to act like a tyrant in the outside world. But why have you come to disturb my Golden Clan? Are you getting carried away? Or am I unable to hold my saber tightly? The old man walked out from the mountain and stood before Alliance Master Six Daos. He tried his best to keep his turbid eyes open as he stared at Alliance Master Six Daos. You, this. Alliance Master Six Daos seemed to have been frightened by this old man, to the point where he could not even speak properly. This little girl is amazing. She actually chased Alliance Master Six Daos until he wet his pants. The younger generation will surpass us in time. The old man's gaze fell upon Gulin, who was standing behind Alliance Master Six Daos. Old man, how about we join forces and kill this guy? Guling laughed. She could already tell that this old man was incredible. His cultivation base had probably reached the peak of extreme grade. The old man looked old and clumsy, as if he could collapse at any time, but in reality he was unfathomable. That's a good idea. The old man nodded. Do you have any shame? You want to gang up on me? Alliance Lord Six Daos felt a chill run down his spine. He wasn't even a match for Guling, let alone this old man. If the two of them were to join hands, there was no way he could survive. Kacha! He crushed a Tao talisman of the extreme Tao in his hand. Guling's heart skipped a beat, but he did not make a move. The old man acted as if he didn't notice Alliance Master Six Ways' little trick. Looking for help? Guling laughed. She wanted to see what kind of helpers this guy could find. With his father around, even if all the extreme grade supremes of the mortal world came, it would be useless. Sometimes, numbers really didn't matter. No matter how many extreme grade supremes there were, they would definitely not be a match for an eternal grade supremacy. Not to mention Gu Fei, even existences like Tong Yu or Di Ju Tian, who were at the half-step eternal realm, could sweep through the entire human realm. Do you dare to wait a moment? Alliance Lord Six Daos knew that he could no longer escape. The two of them had locked onto him with their divine wills. He had no chance of escaping. Ha ha! Hearing this, the old man immediately laughed out loud. Junior, you think too highly of yourself. The old man's hoarse voice traveled far away. Humph! Old golden monster, don't flaunt your seniority in front of me. Your era has long passed. Alliance Lord Six Paths said disapprovingly. Really? The old man smiled, and the wrinkles on his face deepened. This was the mark of time. He clearly did not care much about his appearance. One should know that at the old man's cultivation level, it was only a matter of a thought for him to become young and handsome. I'll wait for you for an hour so that you can die in peace. Guling was not afraid of this guy's tricks at all. Rumble! At this moment, the golden sacred mountain that was protected by countless killing arrays suddenly shook. A powerful aura erupted from the peak of the golden sacred mountain, from the figures sitting cross-legged on the golden rock. The sky above the mountain suddenly changed color, and a faint rumble of thunder came from the depths of the sky. Golden Sister succeeded in breaking through to the extreme grade. Gu Ling looked at the golden sacred mountain surrounded by killing arrays in shock. At this moment, the power of the great Tao rushed out from the golden sacred mountain, and a monstrous golden radiance erupted, illuminating the entire world in a golden color. At this moment, all the old antiques on ancestral Star Bujo were alarmed. Many people came out of their secluded cultivation. Someone broke through to the extreme grade realm again. Everyone was inexplicably shocked. All of them immediately rushed towards the location of the gold sacred mountain. They all wanted to know who had taken that step. Soon, many powerful figures arrived at the mountain where the gold sacred mountain was located. However, when these people saw Gu Ling and the others, they all hid far away. What are those two doing here? Everyone was curious as to why the two had stopped fighting. Wasn't Alliance Lord Six Ways being chased around by the white-robed woman? Many people had witnessed Gu Ling's glory and naturally saw Alliance Lord Six Ways' sorry state. The dignified Alliance Lord Six Ways had actually been chased around the world by a woman. How embarrassing. At this moment, everyone's attention was drawn to the eruption of activity on the golden sacred mountain. The entire sky darkened, and tribulation clouds gathered from all directions. Ha! Our golden family will have another extreme grade sovereign. The old man shouted happily. Since the founding ancestor of the golden divine clan, no one had been able to become an extreme grade sovereign. Over the years, this had become the golden divine clan's weakness. Without an extreme grade sovereign, the golden divine clan was in danger of being devoured. Now, as long as the golden goddess successfully passed the tribulation and became an extreme grade sovereign, the golden divine clan would have a chance to prosper again. At this moment, in a valley hundreds of thousands of miles away from the golden sacred mountain, a black-robed old man sitting cross-legged on a boulder suddenly opened his eyes. In the next moment, he waved his hand, and a beam of divine light fell into his hand. Six Paths, this guy, the black-robed old man stood up, and in the next moment, he instantly disappeared. Rumble! A terrifying, heavenly tribulation was brewing. At the peak of the golden sacred mountain, the divine sound of the great path faintly lingered around the golden goddess. The extreme grade aura that erupted from her body made it difficult for countless experts watching from afar to breathe. This, Alliance Lord Six Ways felt extremely complicated when he saw this. If a new extreme grade sovereign was born on Bujo ancestral planet, the current situation would definitely be changed. If that happened, Alliance Lord Six Ways would lose his position as the overlord. He would never hand over the territory that he had painstakingly conquered so easily. Someone is trying to break through to the extreme grade? Gu Fei, who was far away in Guangqing Small World, suddenly frowned. He could sense the aura coming from outside Guangqing Small World. Someone had completely released their extreme grade aura to trigger their own extreme grade sovereign's heavenly tribulation. Once this person successfully passed the tribulation and passed the test, an extreme grade sovereign would be born on Bujo ancestral planet. It would be a true extreme grade sovereign. Swoosh! At this moment, a black figure tore through the void and stepped out. Damn it! Chapter 4660. Alliance Lord Six Ways wanted to draw ancient spirit to the ancestral grounds of the gold gods. Naturally, he had ill intentions. He wanted to incite a war between ancient spirit and the gold gods. However, Alliance Leader Six Ways didn't know that Gu Ling and the Golden Goddess were old friends. At that moment, the Golden Goddess had refined the great Tao Golden Lotus she had obtained from the primal chaos immortal mansion world. She had successfully severed the supreme bloodline inherited from the primogenitor. She used the golden lotus of the Tao to trigger the extreme Tao heavenly tribulation at the peak of the golden sacred mountain. Terrifying tribulation clouds blanketed this part of the world, with blinding lightning bolts flashing from time to time and an aura of destruction sweeping out in all directions. Even the old-timers on Buzhou Ancestral Star were alarmed. I didn't expect them to be a step faster. In the ancestral lands of the Xian clan, an old woman looked in the direction of the ancestral lands of the Golden God clan. Her expression was rather complicated. At this moment, two powerful yet obscure presences emerged from an ancient hall in the depths of the Xian clan. The Xian siblings were currently in seclusion, attempting to break through to extreme grade. After the human world was transformed by Gu Fei with the power of the eternal demon eye, it was no longer the original human world. The entire human world had even greater potential than the ancestral realm. One had to know that Gu Fei was an eternal paragon, and he had used the eternal demonic eye to repair the heavenly Tao of the human realm. The entire human realm had been branded with an eternal mark. The current heavenly Tao of the human realm had already become extremely stable, not to mention one or two people undergoing tribulation. Even if more than a dozen experts were to break through to the extreme grade realm at the same time, the heavenly Tao of the human realm would be able to withstand it. At that moment, outside the sacred mountain of the golden divine race, the helper that Alliance Master Hexaways had invited finally arrived. However, when the black-robed man saw the old man from the golden divine race, he immediately cowered. The black-robed man couldn't wait to tear the void and escape. "Since you're already here, why are you walking so fast?" the old man from the golden race said. In the next moment, the entire void seemed as though it was about to freeze up. The entire void was locked up by him. "Old master, you!" The man in black was shocked and furious. "All right. Since everyone is here, let's begin." Gu Ling couldn't wait any longer. The black-robed man was also an extreme Tao sovereign. "Six Taos, what's going on?" The black-robed man stared at Alliance Master Six Paths, who had called him over. "Can't you see that I'm being chased by this little girl?" Alliance Lord Six Taos said in a displeased tone. "Is there some kind of misunderstanding?" The black-clothed man looked at Gu Ling and said, "There's no misunderstanding. Die or submit. Your choice." Gu Ling said indifferently. Alliance Master Six Taos and the black-robed man were enraged. How could an extreme grade sovereign submit to someone else? "What, you don't want to submit? Then I can only send you on your way." After saying that, Gu Ling took a step forward, and the aura emanating from her body instantly burst out. Next, she unleashed a punch at Alliance Master Six Taos. "Rumble!" the entire void shook under Guling's punch. Damn it! Alliance Lord Six Paths could only grit his teeth and attack. However, Alliance Master Six Paths was soon blasted away by Guling. Both the old man from the Golden Divine clan and the black-robed man who had just arrived were stunned when they saw this. This Six Paths Alliance Lord was way too weak. Black Flame, what are you waiting for? Alliance Master Six Paths coughed out blood continuously from Guling's attacks. Little girl, the man in black, made his move. He had no choice but to do so because he owed Alliance Master Six Paths a huge favor. Thus, he had no choice but to join forces with Alliance Master Six Paths. However, the old man from the Golden Divine clan had no intention of making a move. How is this possible? Alliance Master Six Paths and the extreme grade sovereign called Black Flame were indescribably shocked. Even with the two of them joining forces, this little girl was still able to deal with them with ease. Guling struck out with a fire elemental fist. A violent fist force erupted from her fist, causing the two extreme grade supremes to continuously retreat in a sorry state. Boom! Guling punched out, unleashing a fire-type fist blast that burned off Alliance Master Six Daos Longhair, leaving him bald. Black Flame wanted to laugh when he saw this, but he couldn't because Guling's fist was already coming for him. Bam! A dull sound of impact rang out as Guling's fist and Black Flame's fist collided. In the next moment, the sound of bones breaking rang out. Black Flame screamed in pain as he was sent flying by Guling's fist. His entire right arm was bent in a strange manner, and the bones in his arm were broken into countless pieces. This was a great Dao injury, and it wasn't something that could be healed so easily. You guys are too weak. Guling glanced at the two of them with slight disdain. Alliance Master Six Paths fell silent. Kill! Guling couldn't care less. Since these guys weren't willing to submit, she would just kill them. There was nothing more to say. She was extremely ferocious. One punch after another. She only used 3 punches to blast Alliance Master Six Paths into the void, turning him into a bloody mist. Swoosh! A beam of divine light shot out from Guling's glabella. This beam of divine light directly slashed into the bloody mist, destroying a blurry figure. You're so ruthless! A weak wave will spread out from the bloody mist. At this moment, the black-robed man rushed back. He took out an extreme Dao treasure and collected the bloody mist. Boom! Endless black flames suddenly erupted from the black-robed man's body, instantly engulfing the world. Humph! The old man from the Golden Clan was enraged when he saw this. He waved his hand, and endless 5 elements power erupted from his hand, freezing the void. The black flames burned the void to the point of distorting. Then, they directly devoured Guling. However, in the next moment, the endless black flames retreated like the tide. Guling opened her mouth and inhaled, and the endless black flames frantically gathered in her mouth. Even the old man from the Golden Divine clan was shocked to see this scene. This little girl was far more powerful than he had imagined. The endless black flames were devoured completely by Guling. However, Black Flame and Alliance Master Six Paths had disappeared. They had actually escaped. You think you can escape? Guling smiled. She didn't give chase. The monk could run, but the temple couldn't. She would pay a visit to Six Paths Alliance when she had the time. There was no hurry. Golden Divine Clan and Extreme Supreme. Old man, you must be the rumored fallen progenitor of the Golden Divine Clan. Guling looked at the old man and said with a faint smile, since ancient times, the Golden Divine Clan had only produced one Extreme Supreme. That was the progenitor of the Golden Divine Clan. After that, the entire Golden Divine Clan never produced another Extreme Supreme. Hee. Chapter 46-61. The news that Guling had chased away Supreme Black Flame and Alliance Master Six Paths spread out, causing the entire Bujo ancestral star to be in an uproar. How is this possible? Where did this supreme being come from? The immortal net on the ancestral planet of Bujo was bustling with activity. The mysterious heavenly palace had gradually built a huge network in the human realm and the heaven realm. It was called the Immortal Net. Countless cultivators could exchange information and share their experiences in cultivation. None of the cultivators on Bujo Ancestral Star had seen Guling. However, when someone posted the video of Guling chasing after Alliance Master 6 Daos on the Immortal Net, some cultivators on the soaring dragon ancestral planet jumped out. Isn't that Guling? Why did you go to Bujo Ancestral Star? A saint-level Immortal Net user on the soaring dragon ancestral planet exclaimed. What? That woman is Guling? No wonder. As soon as the news about a saint-level user came out, the Immortal Net immediately became lively, and those immortal friends who were lurking in the dark all showed up. It had to be said that the people of the mysterious heavenly palace were really smart. They had actually built a huge Immortal Net network that covered the human realm and the heaven realm. To be able to use the celestial path to create a communication network was truly a stroke of genius. Only those fellows from the mysterious heavenly palace could come up with such an idea to earn cultivation resources. After years of discovery, the celestial net had gradually been perfected. The mysterious heavenly palace had even installed countless heavenly eyes in the important cities of the human realm and the heaven realm. The heavens, I could play a very good role in surveillance, and the number of killings and robberies in the heavenly realm and the mortal realm was much less. With the help of the Immortal Net, the mysterious divine palace had earned a lot of cultivation resources. If Guling appeared on Bujo Ancestral Star, then my idol boss Gu Fei might also be on Bujo Ancestral Star. Someone posted on the Immortal Net. That's possible. Someone said, then what are we waiting for? Let's go meet our idol. Someone shouted. The communication on the Immortal Net was anonymous. Everyone could say what they wanted, and no one could trace anything. Whether it was in the human realm or the heaven realm, Gu Fei was extremely popular. Soon, the teleportation formations on Bujo Ancestral Star lit up one after another. The cultivators of the other ancestral planets were all heading towards the Bujo Ancestral Planet. At this time, Gu Fei and Yen were still in the Guangqing small world, enjoying themselves with the people of the Guangqing Immortal Sect. The sect master of Guangqing Immortal Sect, Lu Shangqing, was promised by Gu Fei that he would help Guangqing Immortal Sect return to the soaring dragon ancestral star and reopen their sect. Everyone in the Guangqing Immortal Sect was naturally overjoyed. Who would want to stay in this small world for the rest of their lives? Although there was no need to worry about food and clothing here, it was impossible to become a true powerhouse. This was because this small world didn't have a complete heaven Dao. Even the most heaven-defying cultivators like Li Mengyao's 2 disciples, even if they had shocking talents, they could only reach the saint rank in this small world. It was impossible for him to improve further. However, the outside world was different. The outside world was a perfect world, where one could cultivate to the extreme Tao level and even have a chance to break through to the eternal stratum. With the arrival of the Great Era, the Guangqing Immortal Sect did not wish to be absent. The next day, Gu Fei and Yen left the Guangqing Immortal Sect and appeared in the ancestral land of the Golden God clan. When they arrived, the ancestor of the Golden God clan, the Golden Old Monster, was tasting the grand mist tea that the Golden Old Monster had collected for countless years under a big tree with Guling. This was a tea leaf plucked from a grand mist spiritual root, and it was very helpful for a cultivator's cultivation to improve. The Golden Old Monster did not have many of these grand mist tea leaves left, and he was reluctant to use them to make tea. It contains a trace of grand mist qi. Good stuff. After drinking the tea, Guling felt all the pores on her body open up. It was very comfortable, and her whole body felt warm, as if she was soaking in warm water. Dad, Mom, why are you here? Guling looked at her parents, who suddenly appeared, and was not very surprised. You are Gu Fei? Can you do me the honor of drinking some tea? The golden old monster looked at Gu Fei and said with a smile, "Sorry to bother you." With that, Gu Fei sat down with Yen. The golden old monster took out 2 teacups and filled them up. Supreme grade Grand Miss Tea? Gu Fei was a little surprised. He did not expect the golden old monster to still have such an extremely ancient thing. At this moment, the peak of the gold sacred mountain where the golden goddess was, the entire mountain was enveloped by bolts of lightning. The destructive aura made everyone's hearts palpitate. The golden goddess had triggered her heavenly tribulation of the extreme path. Endless lightning bolts surged out from the clouds in the sky, blasting towards the figure sitting cross-legged on the peak of the gold sacred mountain. No matter how many lightning bolts struck, they could not harm the golden goddess at all. At this moment, the golden goddess had completely fused with the gold sacred mountain. She was using the power of the gold sacred mountain to resist the heavenly tribulation of the extreme path. Just as the golden goddess was undergoing her tribulation, a world-shaking aura erupted from the depths of the ancestral land of the Ziyun clan. Furthermore, it was not just 1 but 2. Very soon, the ancestral land of the Ziyun clan was enveloped by the clouds of tribulation. 2 heavenly tribulations of the extreme path had actually appeared on Buzhou ancestral planet. The entire cultivation world of the Buzhou ancestral planet was in an uproar after the news spread. 2 heavenly tribulations of the extreme path had erupted on a single ancestral planet. This was absolutely unprecedented. Something like this had never happened in the history of the human world. However, 2 heavenly tribulations of the extreme path had erupted on Buzhou ancestral planet today. This was practically a miracle. This was absolutely unimaginable in the past. Even Gu Fei was a little surprised, but he quickly understood. The current human world was different from the past. The heavenly path of the current human world was extremely powerful, and even carried some characteristics of the eternal heavenly path. Therefore, the human world could withstand heavenly tribulations of the extreme path. In other words, there was no limit to the number of heavenly tribulations in the human world. Anyone who was confident that they could successfully undergo the tribulation could trigger their own heavenly tribulation of the extreme path. In the current human world, perhaps only the eternal heavenly tribulation could shake the heavenly path of the human world. After sensing the changes in the heavenly path of the human world, Gu Fei couldn't help but shake his head with a wry smile. The effect of using the eternal demon eye to mend the heavens seemed to be too powerful. The power of the heavenly path of the human world had exceeded his expectations. How is this possible? At this moment, Alliance Master Six Ways and Supreme Black Flame, who had fled back to the headquarters of the Six Ways Alliance, were dumbfounded. There were actually 3 people undergoing the heavenly tribulation of the extreme path on Buzhou ancestral planet at the same time. If all 3 of them were to successfully undergo the heavenly tribulation, the structure of the cultivation forces on Buzhou ancestral planet would be completely rewritten. Moreover, when Alliance Master Six Ways found out that the white-clothed woman who was chasing after him was Gu Ling, the only daughter of Gu Fei, he was completely dumbfounded. Oh no, she's actually Gu Ling. Chapter 46-62. Gu Ling actually appeared on Buzhou Ancestral Star, and some people guessed that Gu Fei must be on Buzhou Ancestral Star. That was the famous Gu Fei. He had leveled a land of danger, killed a supreme being, and destroyed a demon Denver. All of these shocking events were done by him. Moreover, not long ago, Gu Fei actually repaired the human realm's incomplete heavenly Tao and removed the heavenly punishment formation, so that the human realm and the heavenly realm were no longer forbidden areas for supreme beings. Whether it was the human realm or the heavenly realm, Gu Fei's limelight was absolutely unrivaled. When Union Master Six Ways found out that the person chasing him was actually Gu Fei's daughter, he was scared out of his wits. His first reaction was to pack up and run for his life. However, Gu Fei didn't care about Alliance Master Six Ways at all. Gu Fei and his family were guests in the Golden Gods. At that moment, The Golden Goddess had already survived the lightning tribulation. However, the power of the 5 elements gathered within the tribulation clouds. Endless 5-colored flames descended from the sky, enveloping the Golden Goddess. This was a fire tribulation. Furthermore, it was a fire tribulation of the 5 elements. Just a strand of the 5 elements' divine fire could burn a holy venerate to death in body and soul. Roar! The Golden Goddess roared. This divine flame was burning her from the outside, causing her flesh to split open. Even her bones were burning with 5-colored divine flames. Even her soul seemed to be on fire. It was definitely not an easy task to become a true extreme supremacy. The Golden Goddess used the power of the golden sacred mountain to strengthen herself and struggled to hold on. Under the tempering of the 5 elements' divine fire, the Golden Goddess physique gradually underwent a transformation. An extreme aura erupted from her body. While the Golden Goddess was undergoing her tribulation, the Zeon siblings were also undergoing their tribulation in the ancestral grounds of the Zeon clan. The Zeon siblings were a strange combination, 1 yin and 1 yang, 1 male and 1 female. Their cultivation methods could play a very good role in complementing each other. Once the Zeon siblings joined forces, they were practically invincible below the Quasi-Supremes. They actually transcended the tribulation together. This was unbelievable to everyone. One had to know that it was rare for 2 people to undergo a heavenly tribulation at the same time. Furthermore, it was an extreme Tao heavenly tribulation. It was obvious that the might of the heavenly tribulation would be much greater and more dangerous than the heavenly tribulation of one person. Just the tribulation clouds alone covered an area of millions of miles. Endless lightning turned into a sea of lightning, and a terrifying aura of destruction spread out in all directions. In the ancestral grounds of the Zeon clan, all the descendants trembled. No one could remain calm under the extreme heavenly tribulation of the Great Path. Gu Fei couldn't help but be surprised when he sensed the ripples of the heavenly tribulation from the Zeon clan. Those 2 siblings were truly strange, even going through their tribulation together. All the cultivators who came to Buzhou Ancestral Star were dumbfounded. They were all here to see Gu Fei, but who would have thought that they would run into such a rare event? On the same homeworld, there were 3 people going through the heavenly tribulations at the same time, and they were all extreme path heavenly tribulations. How is this possible? Countless living beings on the ancestral star of Buzhou were terrified to the extreme. At this time, the Tianji immortal net was in an uproar. Even those people who had been lurking in the dark for hundreds of years had popped up. Everyone in the human realm was staring at Buzhou ancestral star. In the human realm, many people had obtained the Great Path Golden Lotus. They were all taking advantage of this rare opportunity to go into seclusion to break through to the extreme path realm. Old Tortoise, have finally succeeded. In the 9 heavens of Gu Fei's Chaos Immortal Mansion, a burst of laughter suddenly rang out and spread throughout the entire Chaos Immortal Mansion. At the same time, an aura of the extreme path erupted from the 9 heavens. That guy, in the Chaos Immortal Mansion, there were still many people who had not left. The news of Old Tortoise becoming an extreme path sovereign spread quickly. The entire heaven realm's monster race was in an uproar. After so many years, the monster race finally had another extreme path sovereign. However, Old Tortoise's enemies were in a different mood. Old Tortoise had many enemies. The heavenly monster clan was still around, and no one knew where Yuan Gu was hiding. There were also those extreme path sovereigns from the primordial world and ancestral world. They were all formidable enemies of the human realm and heaven realm. Moreover, the enemies from eternal world were even more terrifying. In eternal world, there were supreme existences of the eternal realm. Not long after Old Tortoise achieved the extreme path, on the ancestral star of Crepe Myrtle, in the land of immortals, endless power of the heavenly tribulation was being devoured. Myriad world Tao bodies return. Following a roar, figures rushed out from all over the human realm. In a graveyard, a large tomb exploded, and a skeleton rushed out towards the ancestral star of Crepe Myrtle. In the ancestral star of Kunlun, a black figure also rushed out from a dangerous place. People were rushing out from every corner of the mortal realm. Even in the starry sky, there were people rushing out. What's going on? Many people noticed this scene, and the Tianji immortal net was in an uproar again. Countless figures rushed towards the ancestral star of Crepe Myrtle at the same time. Each of these figures had a strong or weak aura, and some of them were even dead spirits. These figures had one thing in common, and that was that they were all He Tian's Tao bodies. For countless years, He Tian had been reincarnating and leaving behind more Tao bodies. The countless figures had gathered into an army, and this shocked the people on the ancestral star of Crepe Myrtle. Someone was actually attacking the ancestral star of Crepe Myrtle? In the ancestral star of Crepe Myrtle, the people of the Ji family immediately took action, and the divine army of the Ji family was gathering. However, before the divine army of the Ji family could attack, the countless figures that were rushing towards the ancestral star of Crepe Myrtle exploded in the void and turned into rays of divine light that rushed into the land of immortals. He Tian was summoning the myriad world Tao bodies. With the power of myriad world reincarnation, He Tian directly devoured the power of the extreme path, heavenly tribulation, and was extremely powerful. The essence of the entire land of immortals was completely devoured by him. At this moment, He Tian's strength had reached an unimaginable level. This was someone who dared to devour even the heavenly tribulation. Boom! With a loud explosion, the entire land of immortals exploded, and a figure broke through the soil and rushed out. Today, I've reached the extreme path. He Tian's voice resounded throughout the entire ancestral star of Crepe Myrtle. Everyone on the ancestral star of Crepe Myrtle was extremely shocked. When Ji Changkong received the news, he was both surprised and overjoyed. The more He Tian succeeded in his tribulation, the more stable his position became. On the other hand, Empress Ji supporters had long faces and could not turn the tables. On the same day, a huge banquet was held in the ancestral ground of the Ji family to celebrate He Tian's successful breakthrough to the extreme path realm. The age of geniuses had arrived, and people kept breaking through their limits to become supremes. The Golden Goddess succeeded, and so did the Ziyun siblings. However, there were also people who failed. An incredible descendant of the primordial Zhao family was killed by the heavenly tribulation when he was trying to break through to the extreme path realm. Chapter 46-63. In the ancestral soaring dragon star, the most outstanding descendant of the primordial Zhao clan had actually died under the extreme path heavenly tribulation. This shocked all the cultivators in the human realm. The primordial Zhao clan was one of the oldest cultivation clans in the human realm. One of their ancestors had once become an extreme path sovereign, but this time the primordial Zhao clan had suffered a great loss. At this time, in the eastern region of the ancestral soaring dragon star, a powerful energy fluctuation came from the Dongfang clan's ancestral land. A tribulation cloud began to condense in the sky above the Dongfang clan's ancestral land. Extreme path, heavenly tribulation. Everyone was shocked. There was no doubt that it was the extreme path, heavenly tribulation that the eastern sky tyrant king had summoned. In the depths of the starry sky, Gu Fei's eldest disciple, Gu Zhong, was also undergoing his tribulation. He was already at the final stage. Like a terrifying heavenly beast, he directly dispersed the power of the tribulation that descended from the sky. Roar! Gu Zhong roared into the sky. The billowing sound waves swept out in all directions, causing some of the nearby stars to explode. Boom! At this time, a huge hand directly slapped towards Gu Zhong. A violent power erupted from the hand, causing stars to explode wherever it passed. It was incomparably terrifying. Die! Gu Zhong's battle intent surged as he directly punched out. Rumble! The two supreme forces clashed together, causing the entire world to tremble. Then 2 figures were sent flying backwards. The person who wanted to kill Guzhong saw that Guzhong was actually able to withstand his attack. This guy had just broken through to the extreme path realm. The person who attacked was extremely powerful. Go to hell! The person roared angrily. The violent fist energy shook the heavens. You think I'm afraid of you? Guzhong shouted. He also attacked, and his first move was the breaking extremity fist. A vast amount of yuan qi erupted from Guzhong's fist, directly breaking the opponent's fist energy and sending the person who dared to attack him flying. The person was sent flying millions of miles away, smashing through a dozen stars. He stopped and looked at Guzhong with a look of disbelief. I didn't expect you to have mastered such a secret technique. This person seemed to have seen through Guzhong's cultivation technique and knew that it was a fist technique that could surpass the limits. His entire right arm was bent at a weird angle. It was obvious that his right arm was crippled. However, in the next moment, his right arm was moving. The broken bones in his arm were healing rapidly, and his flesh was growing and repairing itself. Soon, his right arm was completely healed, as if it had never been injured. Guzhong's expression was incomparably solemn. The aura on his body pulsated like divine flames, and his muscles and bones began to let out faint sounds of thunder. All the power in his body was gradually being unleashed. He felt a dangerous aura from this person, which made him feel a little uneasy. Thick earth qi, swallow the heavens and devour the earth. Following the man's soft shout, a dust-like airwave immediately gathered from all directions and madly gathered towards the man. Surging and unstoppable, the dusky dust covered half the sky. That wasn't real dust, but the great power displayed by the earth element divine art. Incredible! Guzhong was secretly shocked. This didn't mean that he was afraid of this guy. On the contrary, this guy's strength just happened to stimulate his arrogance and fighting spirit. Martial artists were natural warriors. They pressed forward with indomitable will and were fearless. Even if they knew that blood would be spilled 5 steps away, they would still fight. They would rather die standing than live kneeling. Guzhong's martial heart was extremely pure, untainted by even a speck of dust, without any worldly restraints. His actions, they all came from his heart. This is the real freedom for me. It was precisely because Guzhong's heart was free of distractions that he could bravely advance and cultivate the martial way to such a level. He didn't retreat, he didn't give way. Facing the thick earth energy that was swallowing him, he instead took a step forward. He was still incomparably strong and fearless as he punched out. Fighting force with force, fighting force with force. Guzhong struck out with the metal element fist. Dazzling golden light erupted from his fist, illuminating the entire world and dispersing the mighty power of the earth element. This indomitable punch seemed to have borrowed the endless power of the metal element between heaven and earth. The metal element fist versus the earth element divine art. The 2 terrifying forces instantly collided. Rumble! This was an intense collision that shook everyone's soul. Everyone turned pale and retreated further away in fear. They were afraid that they would be caught in the crossfire. Even if it was just the aftershock of the 2's clash, it was not something they could withstand. Father! Gu Xiaofeng had been watching the battle from the side. His father's cultivation had just broken through to the extreme grade, but his opponent was a genuine extreme grade supreme master. Father, please don't lose. Gu Xiaofeng prayed in his heart. However, Gu Xiaofeng's prayers seemed to have no effect. The endless power of the earth element gathered from all directions, unable to disperse the dust that filled the sky. In the midst of the dust, Guzhong retreated with blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. He had no choice but to retreat. His opponent was a veteran extreme grade supreme master, and the divine art displayed by such an opponent was difficult for him to resolve. The man's hands drew mysterious trajectories, and a gray light shone between his hands. It was as if the earth element of the entire heaven and earth was attracted by him, and all of it was integrated into his earth element divine art. He then blasted it towards Guzhong. Die. Guzhong's fists emitted 2 dazzling golden rays that were as bright as the sun, colliding head-on with the mighty power of the earth element. The violent collision of power caused his sleeves to instantly turn into rags that filled the sky. He spat out blood again as he retreated, as if he couldn't withstand this attack. Guzhong was directly blasted hundreds of thousands of miles away. Who is this guy? How dare he attack Guzhong? Someone exclaimed. Guzhong was the eldest disciple of Gu Fei, and the consequences of attacking Guzhong were very serious. Hiding his head, but showing his tail. Is he Gu Fei's sworn enemy? Someone guessed. In fact, Gu Fei had once cleansed the human world. But it seemed that the cleansing was not thorough, and there were still fish that slipped through the net. Father! Gu Xiaofeng was shocked and angry to see his father being blasted away. However, Guzhong, who was blasted away, rushed back energetically. Again, Guzhong was once again blasted away, directly smashing through many stars. The extreme destruction fist could not be used frequently. He had already used it twice, and it was already his limit. If he used it again, he would have to pay a heavy price. You have angered me. Guzhong glared at the guy in front of him. The guy's face was blurry, but he was tall and slender. His entire body was enveloped in the power of the earth element, giving off an unusually heavy feeling. So what? Chapter 46-64. Guzhong's cultivation had just broken through to the extreme grade realm, so he was still a rookie when it came to using the power of the extreme grade realm. He was sent flying by the attack and coughed up blood continuously. Die. Guzhong was injured, but this only made him even crazier. He punched again and again, his fists emitting a dazzling golden radiance. It was as if 2 golden suns had appeared in the sky. That person directly clashed with Guzhong, causing Guzhong to be constantly pushed back. Father! Gu Xiaofeng could not help but feel anxious and angry. His opponent was too shameless to attack someone who had just passed the extreme grade heavenly tribulation. Gu Xiaofeng could not think of anyone else who dared to go against Gu Fei, apart from the remnants of the Yuan dynasty and the descendant of the heavenly demon. Guzhong struggled to hold on. Preposterous! Gu Xiaofeng had no choice but to crush a talisman. Swoosh! As the Tao talisman in Gu Xiaofeng's hand shattered, a figure appeared in the sky. A terrifying and monstrous pressure erupted from the figure. Gu Fei! How is this possible? Some people who were watching the battle from afar immediately retreated. The mysterious Supreme Master who was fighting with Guzhong also turned around and fled. Do you think you can escape? The illusory figure reached out with his right hand and grabbed at the mysterious Supreme Being who was trying to escape. In the blink of an eye, the Supreme Master traversed the endless starry sky and disappeared without a trace. However, Gu Fei's clone's right hand directly reached into the depths of the starry sky and actually grabbed the Supreme Master in his hand. What? The mysterious Supreme Master was scared out of his wits. He was directly grabbed by Gu Fei's clone. Bam! Gu Fei's clone exerted force in his right hand and directly crushed the guy. His entire body turned into a mist of blood and his spirit flew out. Then, Gu Fei's clone used the godly seizing secret technique to read the guy's memory. Yuan Gu, you bastard. You're really haunting me. Gu Fei's incarnation said ruthlessly. He directly took action and infused all the Yuan Qi of this mysterious extreme path, Supreme Being, into Guzhong's body. Then, this incarnation dissipated into the void. At this time, Gu Xiaofeng's heart was bleeding. That was a Tao talisman that sealed one of Gu Fei's incarnations. This was originally Gu Xiaofeng's life-saving treasure. In order to save his father, Guzhong, Gu Xiaofeng could only use his trump card. That extreme grade Supreme Master died. Just like that, Some people who were watching the battle from afar were shocked to the extreme. Gu Fei's incarnation was so powerful that it could instantly kill an extreme-grade supreme being? That was a technique that could instantly kill an extreme-grade supremacy. Perhaps only existences at the supremacy level could do that. A remnant of the primordial era? Gu Zhong's expression was somewhat ugly. The remnants of the primordial era were truly difficult to deal with. Let's go. Gu Zhong directly left the starry sky with Gu Xiaofeng and returned to the soaring dragon ancestral star. He was going into seclusion. At this time, in the primordial chaos immortal mansion world, the old tortoise directly left the 9 heavens, then left the primordial chaos immortal mansion world and returned to the heavenly realm. When the old tortoise returned to the heavenly realm's demon race was being attacked. Someone actually directly attacked the demon race's ancestral land, causing a stir in the entire heavenly realm. The old tortoise directly took action and killed all those who dared to cause trouble. Since they dared to offend me, they should be prepared to be killed. Despicable descendant of the heavenly demon, the old tortoise roared in anger. Just as the old tortoise returned to the heavenly realm, Gu Fei's family brought the entire Guangqing immortal sect back to the soaring dragon ancestral star. Gu Fei personally found a spiritual land in the eastern region of the soaring dragon ancestral star as the new mountain gate of the Guangqing immortal sect. With Gu Fei's support, no one in the entire human realm dared to touch the Guangqing immortal sect. Hand over that thing, and I'll leave your corpses intact. In a foreign world on the soaring dragon ancestral star, countless men in black surrounded the mountain gate of the Shangqing sect. These mysterious people suddenly attacked the foreign world where the Shangqing sect was. The men in black directly attacked from the foot of the mountain, and the sound of bodies falling to the ground could be heard. Fresh blood dyed the green stones on the mountain path red, then seeped into the ground through the cracks. The Shangqing sect's disciples were not on the same level as the men in black. The screams of the Shangqing sect's disciples before they died were ear-piercing. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere, and the mountain path instantly turned into a living hell. "Who the hell are you?" An elder of the Shangqing sect couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood when he saw more than half of the disciples he personally trained die in an instant. Hee. The leader of the men in black grinned as he approached the upper management of the Shangqing sect. A black hole seemed to have formed around him, making it impossible for others to sense his presence. It was as if he didn't exist. An elder pushed off the ground and leaped into the air. The long sword in his hand turned into a ray of light and slashed down at the man in black's head. "Die!" the elder shouted angrily. His eyes were filled with anger, and his face was determined. He knew that this demon-like man was extremely powerful, but he still made a move. "Oomph!" The man in black snickered in disdain and continued to march forward like he was taking a stroll. Before the dazzling light from the sword hit the man in black, the elder from the Shangqing sect felt his wrist shake and the sword in his hand flew out of his hand. The man in black casually pointed with his finger, and a bloody hole appeared between the Shangqing sect's elder's brows. He fell from the sky right away and died. "What do we do?" Lin Shui, who was already an elder of the Shangqing sect, was both shocked and furious. The Shangqing sect acquired something heaven-defying. But then these mysterious men in black slaughtered their way into the Shangqing sect's territory. Based on their actions, they were going to destroy the Shangqing sect. At this scene, the other upper management of the Shangqing sect turned white from fear, especially the young female descendants. The bloody scene made their chests feel heavy and they had the urge to puke. "I don't have time to play with you." The man in black revealed an evil smile. Then his right hand grabbed towards the injured supreme headmaster of the Shangqing sect. He completely ignored the 20 to 30 powerhouses from the Shangqing sect who were protecting the supreme headmaster. "We can give you the item, but you must leave." Lin Shui screamed at the man. "Who do you think you are? How dare you negotiate with me?" The man in black snickered and continued to attack the supreme headmaster. How dare you? All the upper management of the Shangqing sect were enraged. But the opponent's cultivation was too powerful, and they were no opponent. Who do you think you are? Just as the entire Shangqing sect was hopeless, a voice suddenly descended from the sky. In the next second, the man in black's hand stopped in midair. A silhouette appeared on the field before the Shangqing sect's grand hall. The moment Lin Shui saw who it was, she was ecstatic and surprised. This person, to her, was both familiar and unfamiliar. He was the famous Gu Fei from the mortal world and the heavens realm. Chapter 46-65. The Shangqing sect has always been at the soaring dragon ancestral planet and never left. In the beginning, the Shangqing sect relied on the Zhou clan of the Desolation. However, because the Zhou clan fell into internal strife, the entire Zhou clan fell apart and completely declined. The Shangqing sect took this opportunity to take over a small world that originally belonged to the Zhou clan of the Desolation and successfully escaped the most chaotic period. The Zhou clan of the Desolation was done for. The forces of the soaring dragon ancestral planet divided up the Zhou clan's territory. The azure dragon kind, the vermilion bird kind, the white tiger kind, and the black tortoise kind were all extremely powerful. Currently, the soaring dragon ancestral planet of the mortal world was filled with powerhouses. The azure dragon kind returned to the southern barren and immediately went into isolation to break through to the extreme realm. Just then, the Shangqing sect, which had been in seclusion for many years, was invaded by others. Countless disciples were murdered, and many of the upper echelons of the Shangqing sect died as well. Now, the enemies had surrounded the Shangqing sect's mountain gate and were waiting for the important figures to finish their battles. Then, they would begin to clean up the battlefield. Among these mysterious people who suddenly appeared, the leader of the group was a man in black who was already at the demigod realm. The strongest supreme headmaster of the Shangqing sect was merely at the Holy Master realm. The mysterious man in black never made a move. Despite that, the Shangqing sect was still being slaughtered by the man in black. It was impossible for them to defend against these people. Now, on the square before the ancestral hall of the Shangqing sect, the mysterious man in black was finally going to make his move. This final attack needed him to finish. Just as Lin Shui and them were feeling hopeless, Gu Fei arrived. Gu Fei! Lin Shui's voice was shaking. It's you? The man in black almost peed his pants when he saw who it was. You are a remnant of the Yuangu sect? Gu Fei saw through this fellow's true strength with a single glance. You! The man in black was even more shocked, and he subconsciously stepped back a few steps. Yuan Gu was definitely the most mysterious person in history. Even Gu Fei had never seen his true body. However, Yuan Gu's power was no small matter. No matter how hard Gu Fei tried, Yuan Gu's forces were endless. It wouldn't be long before Yuan Gu's forces resurfaced, giving Gu Fei a headache. Swoosh! The man in black immediately turned around and fled. However, Gu Fei stretched out his hand and grabbed at the escaping man in black. The black-clothed man immediately flew towards Gu Fei's hand involuntarily and was caught by Gu Fei's hand. Boom! The black-robed man self-destructed, and a terrifying destructive power erupted. However, Gu Fei was still unscathed. The self-detonation of a quasi-exalt was no small matter. However, Gu Fei had sealed this power. Otherwise, if this power were to explode, the entire prime clear heavens and earth might be destroyed. However, this kind of power was too weak for him. Ancestral realm. Gu Fei directly read this man's soul memory. However, he only knew that there was a base of the Yuan Gu in the ancestral realm, and that this man in black was a remnant of the Yuan Gu. In the next moment, all the subordinates of the black-clothed man exploded and turned into a mist of blood. Their souls were completely destroyed. Everyone in the Shangqing sect was dumbfounded at this scene. The little disciple of the Taishan sect back then has become so powerful. Many people in the Shangqing sect knew about Gu Fei. However, they had been in seclusion for too long. News from the outside world could not reach this small world. Everyone in the Shangqing sect had no idea that the outside world had been turned upside down. They didn't think that the Gu Fei before them was so powerful that he was undefeatable in the heaven realm. Then, Gu Fei was invited by the current sect leader, Lin Jinghong, to the ancestral hall of the Shangqing sect. No one knew what Gu Fei said to the upper echelons of the Shangqing sect, but the entire Shangqing sect was preparing to move out of the Shangqing small world. The Shangqing sect was going to reopen its doors on the soaring dragon ancestral star. The location was ready-made. It was the ancestral ground of the Zhou clan of the desolate antiquity. The ancestral ground of the Zhou clan of the desolate antiquity was now occupied by the Alliance of the 100 Races of the South. The so-called Alliance of the 100 Races was actually an alliance of the major races of the South. Moreover, it was an alliance of small and medium-sized forces. The Azure Dragon clan, the Vermilion Bird clan, the White Tiger clan, and the Black Tortoise clan did not join this so-called alliance of the 100 Races. With the strength of the 4 clans, there was no need for them to rely on an alliance to survive. Gu Fei appeared in the south. His appearance immediately caused a huge uproar. The Azure Dragon clan was even more alarmed. It must be known that back when Gu Fei had first appeared in the southern wasteland, his strongest opponent had been the Azure Dragon clan. Gu Fei had appeared in the south at a sensitive time when the Azure Dragon clan was in seclusion to ascend to the extreme realm. It was no wonder that the Azure Dragon clan was not frightened. Even the Black Tortoise clan and the White Tiger clan were afraid that Gu Fei would come knocking on their door. Even so, they were overthinking things. The current Gu Fei could not be bothered with them at all. He went straight to the ancestral ground of the Zhou clan of the desolate antiquity. Get lost! He merely uttered a single word, and the alliance of the 100 Races who had occupied the ancestral ground of the Zhou clan of the desolate antiquity for decades scurried away with their tails between their legs. The alliance of the 100 Races was a joke in Gu Fei's eyes. The ancestral ground of the Zhou clan of the desolate antiquity had long been in ruins. Even the ancestral veins deep underground were severely damaged. Even so, this was the ancestral ground of the Zhou clan of the desolate antiquity. Though the veins were damaged, it was not impossible to repair. Gu Fei set about repairing the ancestral ground at once. Rumble, heaven and earth trembled. Broken mountains flew up from the ground, and broken veins were connected one after another. All the spiritual qi in the world was stirred. The southern wilderness powerhouses who saw this scene from afar were all dumbfounded. This was definitely a method that could change heaven and earth. It was too terrifying. No wonder he could trample the land of extinction, flatten the demonic den, and slay the extreme demon lord. As all the southern wilderness powerhouses stared with their mouths agape, Gu Fei used less than 4 hours to repair the ancestral ground of the Zhou clan of the desolate antiquity. Judging from the extent of the damage done to the ancestral ground of the Zhou clan of the desolate antiquity, Gu Fei could imagine how terrifying the battle that broke out back then must have been. One must know that the ancestral ground of the Zhou clan of the desolate antiquity must have been protected by countless formations and strengthened by the power of countless formations. That battle back then had almost destroyed the ancestral ground. During the civil war back then, the Zhou clan of the desolate antiquity had probably used all their powers apart from the extreme path. Repairing an ancestral ground was but a piece of cake for Gu Fei, who was in the eternal realm. When Lin Schwager came out of the Shangqing small world and saw the gathering of spiritual qi, thousands of auspicious colors, and the flowing immortal light, she was dumbfounded. With the return of the Shangqing sect, the ancestral star of the soaring dragon, and the 3 great Taoist sects of the East domain finally reappeared in the world. Chapter 46-66. Back when Hierarch South Heaven betrayed him, Violet Sun Heaven and Unaging Demon Child fled with Red Dragon and Yao Yu. Gu Fei had tried to find them, but to no avail. It was as if they had completely disappeared from the world. Even Gu Fei could not find them. However, things were different now. Gu Fei was now in the eternal realm, and he had the Wheel of Heavens and Worlds, the Tao artifact of eternity. At that moment, Gu Fei entered the depths of the starry sky. He sat cross-legged in the void, and in front of him floated a treasure wheel. This was the legendary number 1 Tao artifact of the primogenitor realm, the Wheel of Heavens and Worlds. At that moment, under Gu Fei's control, the Wheel of Heavens and Worlds was completely awakened, and countless ancient Tao patterns appeared on the Wheel of Heavens and Worlds. Gu Fei was going to use the Wheel of Heavens and Worlds to find someone. Buzz! Gu Fei immediately activated the Wheel of Heavens and Worlds. Original Demon Realm, one of the myriad worlds. This was a world of demons. Of course, there were humans and other races here, but in the original demon realm, the demons were the rulers of this world. The other races were struggling to survive under the demonic might of the demons. Roar! In the forest of the southern region of the original demon realm, a violent ape swooped down from the sky, stirring up a gust of wind that caused the trees below to shake violently. Dead branches and leaves were blown into the air. The target of the demonic ape was a human cultivator on the ground. It was a woman in battle armor. An endless ferocious aura filled every inch of space in the forest, causing the woman to feel suffocated and her breathing to quicken. The demonic ape, covered in light yellow fur, pounced like a huge mountain. It was extremely ferocious. Its blood-red eyes were like demonic blood-red stars, emitting an endless evil light. It swore to tear the creature that dared to offend it into pieces. The thoughts of a ferocious beast were very simple. Their bestial instincts dictated everything. The demonic ape felt threatened by Gu Fei, so its first thought was to eliminate this woman. Good timing! The woman abruptly straightened her back, and all the muscles and bones in her body immediately emitted a burst of crackling sounds. Her muscles and bones roared like thunder, and she raised her head to look at the devilish ape that was pouncing down from above. A hint of madness appeared on her face. She reached out her hand to wipe away the trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. A powerful force erupted from her body, and her long hair danced wildly in the air. In the elemental devil realm, humans and demons were mortal enemies. Once they met, it would be a battle to the death. As for the demons, they also hunted and killed human experts as their food. Roar! The woman let out a furious roar. Her expression became extremely sinister and terrifying. She separated her legs. Pum! The ground beneath her feet exploded, and the soil beneath her feet undulated violently like waves. At the same time, her right palm chopped upwards like a blade. Clang! Like a divine weapon being unsheathed, a dazzling saber radiance immediately shot out from the woman's palm blade. The dazzling saber radiance tore through the void and slashed rapidly toward the demonic ape in the sky. An incomparably powerful water elemental force erupted from her body. The mysterious woman had been in the elemental devil realm for a very long time. She had fought with the demons, and her cultivation had improved very quickly. She was a female saint. At this moment, a chilling saber aura emanated from the woman's body. The trees within a few miles around her were instantly sliced into pieces. The entire mountain range began to shake. The trees swayed wildly and leaves danced in the air. With the mysterious woman as the center, huge cracks spread out from under the mysterious woman's feet. At this moment, the mysterious woman's aura was enough to make the heavens and earth lose their color. She was like the reincarnation of the god of war and the martial ancestor. Domineering and awe-inspiring, she slashed the sky with her saber radiance. A hint of fear appeared in the demonic ape's blood-red eyes. It instinctively sensed danger and reached out with its claws, grabbing at the blade light that was like a waterfall. Pum! The unparalleled saber radiance shattered under the sharp claws of the ape. Roar! The devilish ape let out an earth-shattering roar. The moment the saber radiance was destroyed, its mountain-like body was sent flying. Blood splattered in the air, and the smell of blood immediately filled the air. This devilish ape was also a saint venerate demons. It was extremely ferocious. The devilish ape was one of the 3 giants of the southern region. Boom! The entire ground trembled. The devil ape landed in the forest, and a part of the forest was immediately destroyed by the violent ape's feet. The violent ape's huge claws were already badly mutilated, and beast blood flowed out and dripped onto the ground. Whoosh! The devilish ape did something unimaginable to the mysterious woman. It actually turned around and fled. Pung! 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 Its heavy footsteps caused the forest to tremble. Everywhere the ape passed, the trees were all toppled, and broken branches and leaves were sent flying. Where do you think you're going? The mysterious woman was taken aback. She did not expect the devilish ape to flee, so she immediately leaped up and used her 8 steps extreme speed to chase after the ape like a phantom. Even the giants of the demons were extremely afraid of death. The mysterious woman had come to the southern region, this time to train herself and hunt down the 3 giants of the southern region's demons. At this moment, high up in the sky, among the clouds, 3 figures were standing. These 3 people had extraordinary auras. One of them was covered in purple divine light. He was one of the 3 giants of the soaring dragon ancestral star, Ziyang, Celestial Emperor, who had been missing for a long time. The other person was a boy with white teeth and red lips. He was one of the 3 giants of the fallen god sea, the unaging demon child. The last person was a middle-aged man. This middle-aged man had red skin all over his body. He looked like a ball of fire. Even his hair and eyebrows were red, and his eyes were red. This person was Gu Fei's disciple, Red Dragon. This fellow was not a human, but a serpent, and a fiery serpent at that. In the forest, the mysterious woman who was fighting the holy venerate devilish ape was Yaoyu. Junior's sister is getting stronger and stronger. Red Dragon couldn't help but exclaim when he saw this scene from above the clouds. Now, even one of the 3 giants of the primordial demon realm's southern region, the demonic ape emperor, was no match for Yaoyu. It doesn't matter how strong we are here. We can't break through to the extreme grade. Ziyang, Celestial Emperor, sighed. His cultivation had already reached the quasi-supreme level. But ever since he reached the quasi-supreme level, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't take that final leap. It's been so many years. We've searched the entire primordial demon realm, but we can't find any way to leave this place. Looks like we're going to be trapped here until we die. The unaging demon child's expression was extremely solemn. Chapter 46-67. The elemental devil realm was the world of the demons. Humans and other races lived in fear, fearing that they would be exterminated by the demons. However, it was unrealistic for the demons to exterminate other races. In the entire elemental devil realm, the strongest beings were at the quasi-supremacy level. This was because the laws of heaven and earth in the elemental devil realm weren't perfect. Under the imperfect heavenly Tao, even if one cultivated to the extreme, they could only stop at the quasi-supremacy level. Whether it was the unaging demon child or heavenly emperor Ziyang, their cultivation had already reached the limit. Or rather, their cultivation had already reached the limit of this world. Only by leaving the elemental devil realm could they achieve the extreme Tao. However, if they could leave the elemental devil realm, they would have done so long ago. Back then, they mistakenly entered a transrealm teleportation array and came to this world. And that teleportation array had long been unusable. If it could be used, why would they stay in this hopeless elemental devil realm? At this moment, Yao Yu chased the demonic ape emperor deep into the mountains of the southern region. That was the lair of the demonic ape emperor, where a large number of powerful demons gathered. Among them, there were no less than 8 demons of the devil sage level. There was even a great devil sage level patriarch of the demonic ape clan overseeing the place. The demonic ape clan was still very powerful in the southern region of the elemental devil realm. Basically, a great devil sage level existence could do whatever they wanted in the elemental devil realm. However, if they encountered a quasi-supremacy devil ancestor, they were definitely not enough. There were only 7 quasi-paragons in the entire primordial devil realm, and each of them had lived for countless years. The southern region of the primordial devil realm was too desolate. It was filled with mountains and ridges, and there weren't any decent earth veins. A quasi-supremacy devil ancestor naturally wouldn't be interested in such a place. However, this was a place where humans and other races gathered. The other spiritual lands and treasure lands had long been occupied by the quasi-supremacy devil ancestors of the demons. Boom! Yao Yu displayed the combat strength of a sage and struck out with the water element fist. The fist force was continuous, using softness to overcome hardness. With just one punch, the demonic ape emperor was blasted more than 10 miles away, directly smashing into a small mountain. Dust immediately flew in the mountain forest. Chaos broke through the air, and there was great chaos. The current Yao Yu was no longer the princess who didn't know anything. Her martial Dao talent was very good, otherwise, she wouldn't have been accepted by Gu Fei as a disciple. She even used Gu Fei's teachings as a foundation to innovate and create her own combat skills. Following the path of the predecessors was undoubtedly a shortcut. However, only by comprehending a battle technique that truly belonged to oneself could one surpass the predecessors and become a saint. Therefore, in the world of cultivation, there was a saying, when one reached a high level of cultivation, one had to forget all cultivation methods and battle skills. One had to create a world that belonged to oneself. Yao Yu's cultivation had just broken through to the saint rank not too long ago. She was still a long way from creating her own cultivation technique. However, she had already begun to try to figure out a simple battle technique with shocking destructive power. He had also benefited greatly from the battle with the demonic ape emperor today. Desolate steps, 8 steps of extreme speed. Among the cultivators of the same level, there were very few who could catch up to him. Yao Yu stepped on the top of the tree, and her body flew through the air at an extremely fast speed, leaving behind a series of afterimages in the void. In just a few breaths, she caught up with the demonic ape emperor. "Hey!" Yao Yu shouted and stepped on the top of the tree with her right foot. Pum! The entire crown of the tree under her foot suddenly exploded. In the midst of the flying branches and leaves, Yao Yu was like a sharp arrow that pierced through the clouds. She leaped up and pointed at the back of the demonic ape emperor's head with the index and middle fingers of her right hand. The demonic ape emperor seemed to have sensed danger. Its head, which was the size of a water tank, suddenly shrank. Chi! A strand of extremely swift and fierce light flashed past the magic ape emperor's scalp, and it left behind a faint trace of blood. Roar! With an angry roar, the furious demonic ape emperor turned around in an instant. Its right claw, which was like a door panel, directly slapped towards Yao Yu, who was leaping in the air. Whoosh! It was as if a tornado was blowing in the air. The giant claw set off a violent gust of wind. Before it reached Yao Yu's long hair was blown straight behind her. Yao Yu's expression was extremely solemn. She did not dodge or evade. The primordial energy in her body surged violently. When the giant claw was in front of her, she moved her finger like a sword and pointed at the center of the giant palm. Her master, Gu Fei, had learned a lot of things. He was proficient in fist, palm, sword, finger, and all kinds of combat skills. She had also learned many combat skills from Gu Fei. Qi. The finger force was as dazzling as divine light. It shot out from Yao Yu's fingertip, as if it was tearing through the void. Even space itself was about to be penetrated. Ripples spread out wherever the finger force passed. Pooh! A bloody hole the size of a fist suddenly appeared on the palm of the demonic ape emperor. Blood sprayed out from the bloody hole. The smell of blood immediately filled the air. The indestructible finger light was as sharp as a divine arrow. It directly pierced through the palm of the demonic ape emperor, causing it to let out a painful roar. It was the demonic ape emperor that dominated an area. It was actually put in such a difficult position by a human. This was absolutely unprecedented. It was a great humiliation. In the eyes of the demons, the human race was a lowly race. They were just food for them. Although the demonic ape emperor was furious, it did not lose its mind. It knew that it was no match for Yao Yu. It roared, turned around, and fled for its life. In an instant, it rushed out of the dense forest and fled into the depths of the mountain. Humph! Yao Yu sneered and chased after it. At the same time, a water-blue divine light rushed out from her right hand. A cold divine weapon chi was drawn out from her body. A dazzling long sword was condensed and gradually materialized. Clang! Yao Yu's right palm shot out a dazzling water-blue light beam. A water-blue light sword appeared completely. Its brilliance was dazzling and captivating. Want to escape? Do you think you can escape? Yao Yu sneered. She used the 8 desolate steps and displayed the extreme speed of the 8 desolate steps. In an instant, she caught up with the demonic ape emperor. Her hair fluttered without any wind. A cold light flashed in her eyes. Her slender body emitted an extremely tyrannical aura. Die! Yao Yu shouted and raised her right hand. The aqua-blue divine sword immediately shot towards the demonic ape emperor like a bolt of aqua-blue lightning. Puff! The incomparably sharp sword light entered the demon ape emperor's heart from its back and shot out from its chest, causing a large amount of blood to spurt out. The demon ape emperor let out a sorrowful roar as its rapidly running body smashed into the ground with a boom sound. It slid on the ground, causing the mountain rocks to shatter and creating a loud noise. Wherever the demonic ape emperor passed, whether it was rocks or trees, they were all smashed into pieces. The demonic ape emperor's huge body slid for a full 20 to 30 feet before it stopped. At this time, the dazzling sword light made a turn in the air and flew back to Yao Yu, directly entering her body. Roar! At this time, a furious roar came from the depths of the mountain. The entire area shook. A wave of demonic power, so strong that even Yao Yu's heart palpitated, erupted from the depths of the mountain. Chapter 46-68. Yao Yu killed the demonic ape emperor with a single slash. This made an old demonic ape in the depths of the mountain furious. It immediately rushed out of its seclusion. Roar! The old demonic ape emperor roared at the sky, causing the entire mountain to shake. In the next moment, Yao Yu felt her vision darken. Then a huge hand descended from the sky and slammed down on her. Oh no! When did that old demonic ape emperor's cultivation level break through? The violent demonic aura shook the earth. This was actually the power of a quasi-supreme. Sensing the strength of this power, the unold demon child and Heavenly Emperor Ziyang, who were watching from afar, were shocked. Heavenly Emperor Ziyang even made a move. A sword light flashed in the void. The huge hand that slammed down on Yao Yu was immediately split in half. Swish! Wherever the sword light passed, everything was directly destroyed. A huge sword mark that was thousands of miles long appeared in the mountain. Roar! A crazy roar resounded. A huge demonic shadow stood up from the depths of the mountain. This demonic shadow took a step and directly arrived in the sky. Without any superfluous words, Heavenly Emperor Ziyang and the old demonic ape emperor started fighting. Kill! Heavenly Emperor Ziyang roared angrily. He directly punched forward. In an instant, purple divine light swept towards the old demonic ape emperor like a wave. Heavenly Emperor Ziyang didn't think too much. He immediately used the purple sun fist. As he punched, purple divine light suddenly rushed out of his body. It was as if he was wearing a purple gold armor. The position of a quasi-supreme was vast and mighty, and the countless demons in the mountain range were terrified to the extreme. The old demonic ape emperor also punched. This was the demonic ape clan's vigorous demonic ape fist. A violent fist force erupted from the old demonic ape emperor's fist. Bang! The two fists collided in an instant. A circle of transparent ripples that was visible to the naked eye spread out from the point of impact. The entire space seemed to shake a little. The two figures flew backward like lightning. Then, like two lightning bolts, they collided again. Boom! The two experts punched each other again. There was nothing fancy about it. This was a pure collision of strength. Muffled, thunderous sounds resounded through the forest. The two quasi-supreme figures were like phantoms, emitting vast and terrifying energy fluctuations as they rapidly moved through the forest, engaging in an intense battle. Wherever they passed, the mountains and forests were shattered by the power of the two experts. This evil creature, Heavenly Emperor Purple Sun, was shocked to the extreme. He never expected that this old ape sovereign was actually so powerful, to be able to rely on the power of the fiend physique to fight a great battle with him endlessly. Purple Sun illuminates the blue sky. With a low roar, Celestial Emperor Zeong threw another punch at the old demonic ape emperor. The dazzling power of the Purple Sun seemed to envelop the entire world. Chi waves swept towards the old demonic ape emperor with earth-shattering force. Human, you've gone too far. The old devil ape emperor was furious. His proudest successor had actually been killed by these fellows. That was the successor that he had spent endless effort to nurture. The demonic ape emperor being beheaded by Yao Yu. This made the old demonic ape emperor almost go crazy. It was only to see that this old demonic ape emperor's body actually rushed out with 9 balls of demonic light. Each ball of demonic light was akin to a demonic sun crossing the sky, erupting with the strongest fluctuations of the fiend path power. The 9 balls of demonic light directly greeted the fist that Heavenly Emperor Zeong blasted over. Rumble, 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 rumble. A series of 9 sounds, 9 balls of demonic light exploded, successfully blocking Heavenly Emperor Zeong's fist. At the same time, the old demonic ape emperor opened his mouth and spat out a streak of black light, piercing towards Heavenly Emperor Zeong. The space between Heavenly Emperor Zeong's brows suddenly split open. A streak of purple-gold sword light rushed out from his glabella, directly blocking that streak of black light that the old demonic ape emperor spat out. That black light was wrapped in a demonic spear. At this time, Heavenly Emperor Zeong's flying sword collided with that black light demonic spear. Clanging sounds were incessant. The two quasi-supreme level Tao artifacts were clashing fiercely. Places that they passed through, the forest was immediately destroyed by the terrifying power that surged out. Countless trees were shredded. Old Purple, do you need help? The unold demon child, who was watching the show from the side, crossed his arms and smiled. At this time, Yao Yu also rushed up to the sky and stood beside the unold demon child. It's just a little monkey. I can still handle it, Heavenly Emperor Zeong said, and directly used his trump card. The sword light formed by his flying sword suddenly soared several times, and a powerful sword chi fluctuation spread out, causing the surrounding temperature to drop rapidly. That demonic spear was actually cut in half by Heavenly Emperor Zeong's flying sword, turning into scrap metal and falling from the sky into the mountain ridge. What? The old demonic ape emperor was taken aback. It directly turned around and fled. However, it couldn't escape. Swish! In the void, a sword light flashed, and the old demonic ape emperor's whole body was split in half. It was actually split in half by Heavenly Emperor Zeong in an instant. The old demonic ape emperor's cultivation base was only at the early stage quasi-supreme level, while Heavenly Emperor Zeong's cultivation base broke through to the quasi-supreme level much earlier than the old demonic ape emperor. If Heavenly Emperor Zeong wanted to kill the old demonic ape emperor, it would be as easy as flipping his hand. We've been out for a long time. It's time to go back. Heavenly Emperor Ziyang took back his flying sword, then came to the unold demon child and said such words, "Let's go." The unold demon child nodded and then disappeared into the void, running away just like that. Heavenly Emperor Ziyang waved his big sleeve and also disappeared into the void with Red Dragon and Yao Yu. Soon, the news of the old demonic ape emperor's death spread. Then the major forces of the demons gathered together. Almost all the higher-ups of the demons were present. On the primordial demon ancestral mountain, the demons made a decision that was enough to affect the entire primordial demon realm. The higher-ups of the devil race immediately gave the order, and all the devils began to move towards the human settlement. This was a demonic calamity that swept through the entire primordial demon realm. The demons wanted to take this opportunity to wipe out the human race and other races in one go. In the northern region of the primordial demon realm, a human city was breached by the demons. All the humans and other races in the city were completely slaughtered. Blood flowed like rivers in the city, turning it into a living hell. For a moment, all the humans and other races in the primordial demon realm were in a desperate situation. A human quasi-supreme made a move and counterattacked the demons. However, very soon, that human quasi-supreme was besieged by two demons quasi-supreme and was killed in the end. The blood of the human quasi-supreme dyed the ground red. This was a crisis of genocide. This time, the demons had already made up their mind to wipe out all the other races in the primordial demon realm, especially the human race. In the eastern region of the primordial demon realm, there was a huge human city called Celestial City. At this time, Celestial City was already overcrowded. All the powerhouses of the human race and other races had entered Celestial City. All the humans in the primordial demon realm were rushing towards Celestial City. Between the cities built by the human race, there were teleportation arrays that could be used to teleport between each other. After the demons made their move, the teleportation arrays in Celestial City never stopped working. And at this time, the demons had already surrounded Celestial City. 3 unbelievably powerful demonic figures appeared outside Celestial City. What should we do? Yao Yu and the others were anxious. Fight! Heavenly Emperor Purple Sun said in a deep voice. Either the demons die or we die. The unold demon child's expression was also incomparably grave. Chapter 46-69. The humans in the elemental devil realm had already reached the juncture of life and death. This time, the demons were determined to annihilate the human race and the other races. At this moment, in the celestial city of the human race, countless humans and people from other races had filled this huge human city. The celestial city had existed for a very long time. It was so long that nobody knew when this huge human city had appeared. In the huge city, there were millions of humans and creatures from other races. One should know that the normal capacity of this huge human city was only a few million creatures. At this moment, the ancient city-guarding formation of the celestial city was activated. A huge light barrier enveloped the entire celestial city. Outside the celestial city, the demons' flags were fluttering and the demonic beasts were roaring. There were demons everywhere in the sky and on the ground. The entire world had darkened. The entire celestial city had been surrounded by the demons. Outside the city was an army of countless demons. What to do? What to do? The lord of the celestial city was a holy venerable. A holy venerable was definitely in existence that could do whatever he wanted during normal times. But now, a holy venerable was nothing. One after another, powerful demonic silhouettes appeared in the void around the celestial city. Humph! You want to annihilate the human race? At this moment, a silhouette suddenly rushed out of the celestial city. That person passed through the city-guarding formation of the celestial city and arrived outside. Is there any demon who dares to fight me? That person shouted at the countless demons outside. His battle intent was like a rainbow. He was not afraid of the countless demons in front of him. I'm here to take your head. A demonic silhouette rushed out and arrived in front of that person in an instant. I, Meng Tianzheng, will kill to my heart's content today. The eyes of the human expert, Meng Tianzheng, were as cold as the stars. His eyes were as sharp as the edge of a blade. Boundless killing intent was revealed in his eyes. He was really angry. The demons actually dared to massacre the human race. Damn it. In an instant, an extremely tyrannical wave of power erupted from his body. Rays of light shot out from his pores like countless sharp needles, as if he had turned into a hedgehog with spikes all over his body. His long hair fluttered wildly under the impact of the wave of power that emanated from his body. Meng Tianzheng stretched out his right hand like a ferocious beast that had been awakened from its slumber. Shua! His 5 fingers tore through the air with a tearing sound. He appeared in front of the demon like a bolt of lightning and grabbed the demon's shoulder. The demon turned pale with fright. With a twist of his wrist, the cold light in his hand sliced towards Meng Tianjing's arm. His reaction was extremely fast. The disgusting devil chi exuding from this demon's clearly indicated his identity. The demon race's forte was close combat. Meng Tianjing's grab almost tore off the demon's arm. However, the demon's reaction was too fast. If he had not retracted his hand, his arm would have been chopped off. However, just as Meng Tianjing retracted his right hand, his left fist landed heavily on the demon's chest. The power of the 5 elements contained in his fist exploded violently. A bone-chilling sound of bones and tendons cracking was heard from the demon's chest. His entire chest, tendons, bones, blood, and flesh were all shattered by the violent power of the 5 elements that exploded from Meng Tianjing and turned into a pile of minced meat. Roar! The demon let out a roar and was sent flying. He fell to the ground, and after struggling for a while, he died. A holy venerate demon could not even withstand a punch from this person. This shocked countless demons who witnessed this scene. A pungent smell of blood immediately filled the air. I'll deal with you. Right at this moment, another demon walked out. You're the celestial emperor of 5 elements, Meng Tianzheng? The demon stared coldly at Meng Tianzheng. In the original demon realm, the number of people who could call themselves emperors and dared to call themselves emperors could be counted on one hand. Humph. The middle-aged human powerhouse sneered but did not say a word. Ha! I, Mo Fan, shall take your dog head today. The demon attacked Meng Tianzheng as he spoke. At this moment, countless living beings in the celestial city were watching this scene. Everyone was impressed by Meng Tianjing's feat of challenging an entire race single-handedly. The 2 powerhouses started fighting each other. Very quickly, the demon named Mo Fan was defeated and turned to flee. Trying to escape? Meng Tianzheng sneered as a violent killing intent surged from his body. Then, a fist surrounded by golden radiance smashed towards Mo Fan's back. This was a simple and direct punch, but it contained great power. Just as the unstoppable golden fist was about to hit the demon named Mo Fan suddenly emitted a huge wave of demonic energy. Pum! Mo Fan turned into a cloud of black gas and charged forward. Blood escape. Meng Tianjing's punch was ultimately a split second too slow. It was as if the punch had hit empty air and had no way to exert force. However, all of his power was gathered in his flesh and bones. He could withdraw and withdraw it at will without any hesitation. He retracted his punch, just like that. Then he pressed his palm towards the black gas. The power of his palm enveloped heaven and earth and immediately blasted Mo Fan out of the surging black gas. Mo Fan seemed to have suffered a huge impact. He staggered a few steps and spat out a mouthful of blood, almost falling to the ground. You want to use the demon blood to activate the demon path's escape technique to escape? Dream on. Meng Tianzheng took a step forward and instantly appeared behind Mo Fan. He stretched out his right hand and with a crack, he stabbed it into Mo Fan's head. The power gathered on Meng Tianjing's fingers penetrated into Mo Fan's brain and destroyed his spiritual consciousness. Mo Fan's eyes rolled back, and he died instantly. One of the demons, the Demon Emperor, was enraged and attacked Meng Tianjing. Without any suspense, Meng Tianjing was sent flying and slammed into the protective barrier. He fell to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. Humph! The Demon Emperor was about to attack and kill Meng Tianjing. However, at that moment, two figures appeared in front of Meng Tianjing. One of them was a middle-aged man in a purple robe, while the other was a kid with white teeth and red lips. They were Heavenly Emperor Ziyang and the unaging demon child. Quasi-supremes were known as emperors in the original demon realm. The five elements Heavenly Emperor Meng Tianjing was also a quasi-supremes and a heavenly emperor. However, he was no match for the demons' veteran demon emperors who had lived for countless years. Kill! Without any nonsense, Heavenly Emperor Ziyang and the unaging demon child charged forward. Rumble. Chapter 4670. In the elemental devil realm, the demons wanted to exterminate the human race. In the end, the humans and the demons still came to this step. However, the humans were weak and the demons were strong. This was an indisputable fact. At this time, the entire elemental devil realm was filled with the flames of war. As long as there were human settlements, there would be the shadows of the demons. The human cities were breached by the demons, one after another. When the cities were breached, the humans and other races in the cities would be wiped out. This was the true meaning of not sparing a single chicken or dog. In the end, all the humans who could escape to Celestial City did so. This was because Celestial City was the last fortress of the human race. The Lord of Celestial City was the Celestial Emperor of five elements, Meng Tianjing. This Meng Tianjing was the strongest existence among the human quasi-supremes. It was also because of Meng Tianjing's existence that the human race could struggle at death's door until now. At this time, Celestial City's protective formation was already activated. The Lord of the city, Meng Tianjing, also personally killed his way out of Celestial City. Meng Tianjing's attack directly attracted the attention of a demon emperor. This demon emperor had lived for countless years. He was a true super antique of the elemental devil realm. His cultivation had already reached the peak of the quasi-supremes. He was incomparably powerful. This demon emperor was extremely powerful. He injured Meng Tianjing with one attack. When this demon emperor was about to kill Meng Tianjing, Heavenly Emperor Ziyang and the unaging demon child finally made their move. The three quasi-sovereign emperors attacked the demon monarch at the same time. That demon emperor saw that the situation was bad and wanted to retreat. But it was already too late. This time, it was the demon emperor's turn to be unlucky. This demon emperor was directly sent flying. He spat out a mouthful of blood. This was really a reversal of fortune. Demon Emperor Tsangmie was extremely depressed. Since when did the human race have two emperor-level powerhouses? Heavenly Emperor Ziyang and the unaging demon child were very low profile. Even though their cultivation had broken through to the quasi-supreme's realm, it didn't alarm anyone. There was a place in the elemental devil realm that was mysterious and dangerous. Devils didn't dare to enter that place. That place was filled with immortal chi. It was the burial place of a supreme, true immortal. No one knew how this supreme, true immortal died in the prime devil realm. This was the immortal region of the prime devil realm. Even if those quasi-supreme level demon emperors entered this immortal domain, they would also suffer great damage to their vitality. As for other demons, not to mention entering the immortal domain, even approaching the immortal domain would make them feel uncomfortable. Back then, Heavenly Emperor Ziyang and the unaging demon child had entered the primordial demon realm's immortal domain to undergo their quasi-supremacy, heavenly tribulation. Because of the existence of the immortal domain, no one knew about their tribulation. Heavenly Emperor Ziyang and the unaging demon child suddenly attacked and joined forces with five elements heaven and earth Meng Tianjing to heavily injure Demon Emperor song destruction. Kill him! The unold demon child shouted. Heavenly Emperor, Purple Sun, and the 5 elements Heavenly Emperor went all out. The space around Demon Emperor exploded. Half of his body was blasted apart. His hair was disheveled, and he was in a sorry state. You guys! Demon Emperor Song Destruction was enraged. He, who had dominated the Prime Devil Realm for countless years, was actually plotted against by lowly beings like humans. This was hard for him to accept. Purple Sun illuminates the heavens. 5 elements, reincarnation / one hand annihilating the heavens. Heavenly Dharch Zeong, the 5 elements Heavenly Dharch, and the unaging demon child all unleashed their ultimate killing moves at Demon Emperor Tsong extermination. Without any suspense, Demon Emperor Tsong Destruction was directly blasted into pieces by these 3 ferocious fellows. Even his demon weapon was shattered. At this moment, a ball of demonic light wrapped around Demon Emperor Tsong Destruction's primordial spirit and soared into the sky, trying to escape. Swish! A 5-colored blade light flashed by and directly annihilated Demon Emperor Tsong Destruction's primordial spirit in the void. This, in Celestial City, countless humans were shocked to the extreme when they saw this scene. The Demon Emperor of a generation was annihilated just like that. It was as if they were in a dream. The death of Demon Emperor Tsong Destruction was felt by the Heavenly Tao. Outside Celestial City, the weather actually changed. Chilly winds howled. Demonic blood sprinkled from the sky, and demonic aura filled every inch of the void. My 2 friends, follow me back to the city. Meng Tian invited Heavenly Emperor Zeong and the unaging demon child. Heavenly Emperor Zeong and the unaging demon child nodded, and the 3 of them returned to Celestial City. The news of Demon Emperor Tsong Destruction's death quickly spread throughout the Prime Devil Realm. What? Demon Emperor Tsong Destruction is dead. How is this possible? He is one of the oldest demon emperors in the Prime Devil Realm. 2 quasi-supremes appeared in the human race. Demon Emperor Tsong Destruction was besieged and killed by the human race's emperors. Countless demons in the Prime Devil Realm were extremely shocked. The death of Demon Emperor Tsong Destruction and the sudden emergence of 2 human race's emperors. These 2 pieces of news were not good news for the demons. Moreover, with the death of Demon Emperor Tsong Destruction, there was 1 less demon emperor among the 7 demon emperors in the Prime Devil Realm, and there were only 6 demon emperors left. As a veteran demon emperor Tsong Destruction, Demon Emperor Tsong Destruction's territory was extremely vast, and he had the best resources. Such a huge piece of meat made everyone jealous. The other 6 demon emperors also temporarily put down their pursuit of the human race and decided to divide the piece of meat left by Demon Emperor Tsong Destruction first. This way, the human race had a chance to catch a breather. At this time, no one noticed that a young man in black had crossed over and entered the original Devil Realm. The young man who crossed into the Prime Devil Realm suddenly had a look of joy on his face. They are actually here. The young man was surprised and delighted. However, very quickly he frowned. The smell of blood in this world was too strong. The area that his divine consciousness covered was filled with corpses. An entire world was shrouded in a gloomy fog. The young man in black was one of Gu Fei's clones. Although it was just a clone, it was the clone of an eternal level expert. Even an extreme Tao supremacy might not be able to suppress this clone of Gu Fei. Gu Fei's clone took a step forward and disappeared into the void. At this moment, in the primogenitor's realm, Gu Fei's real body suddenly opened his eyes. In front of him, a wheel floated. This was the famous Wheel of Heavens and Realms. Gu Fei's clone could enter the Prime Devil Realm because of the Wheel of Heavens and Realms. Finally found it. Gu Fei withdrew his other clones and then let out a long sigh. Yao Yu, Red Dragon, Heavenly Emperor Zeong, and the unaging demon child were all in that world. After finding them, Gu Fei had nothing to worry about. He could leave the myriad heavens and realms and enter the eternal world. Now the eternal world was his goal. This is a demon world. Gu Fei's clone appeared in the sky above a city that had been turned into ruins. There were many demon shadows in the ruins. I will perish together with you, demon bastards. All of a sudden, a human cultivator drenched in blood leaped up from the ground and caught a devil in his arms. Boom! Chapter 46:71. In the dilapidated city, the stench of blood filled the air. There were corpses everywhere in the city. Everyone in the city had been killed. There were also demon shadows walking around in the city. These demons were checking if there were any survivors. The demons wanted to annihilate the human race. However, with a loud bang, a survivor suddenly rushed out from his hiding place. He hugged a demon and self-destructed, dying together with it. When Gu Fei's incarnation saw this, he couldn't help but be shocked and furious. He didn't expect the human race to have such a low status in the elemental devil world. They were actually massacred. There's one more. At this moment, Gu Fei's incarnation was finally discovered by the demons. In just an instant, 11 demons appeared around him. Each of these demons had the cultivation of an almighty. In front of Gu Fei's incarnation, these guys couldn't even be considered as ants. Scram! Gu Fei's incarnation didn't even look at these demons. Haha, little fella, you actually told us to scram? The leader of the demons laughed. Is it funny? Gu Fei's incarnation smiled. I'm laughing at how you still don't know when you're about to die. The leader of the demons sneered. I don't even know how many humans like you we've killed in the past. The other devil race expert laughed sinisterly. Why do you want to attack the human race? Gu Fei's incarnation was very curious. There were demons in the human world and heavenly world too. The demons in the primogenital world were originally even stronger. They even had an eternal level demon. However, even so, the demons in these worlds didn't dare to wantonly slaughter the human race. Hee. Seeing that you're about to die, there's no harm in telling you. Our old ancestor feels that the human race doesn't need to continue existing, so he wants to purge the entire elemental devil world of the human race. The leader of the demons sneered. I see. The voice of Gu Fei's incarnation turned cold. Did he think that the human race didn't need to continue existing, so he wanted to destroy all the humans in this world? Now I feel that the demons in this world don't exist anymore. What should I do? Gu Fei's avatar suddenly grinned at the leading demons. What? The leader of the devils was startled when he heard this. In the next moment, he saw the human youth in black raise his right hand and point at him. Pooh! Blood splattered everywhere. The leader of the demons clearly saw his opponent make a move and point a finger at him. But all he could do was watch helplessly as his opponent killed him with a single finger. The leader of the demons fell from the sky. When the other demons caught sight of this, they were scared out of their wits. The leader of the demons was their boss. His cultivation state was at the pinnacle of the ultimate being realm. To think that he would be killed by a single finger from this human. This human youth was simply too strong. The demons only had one thought in their minds, and that was to escape as far as they could. Swoosh! Without any prior agreement, the dozen or so demons turned around and fled at the same time. Moreover, they fled in different directions. Do you think you can escape? The human youth's lazy voice was the soul snatching voice of these demons. Gu Fei's incarnation didn't even need to move his finger. A sword gleam shot out from his body. The sword gleam flashed. Those devils who were fleeing for their lives directly fell from the sky. None of them could escape. Too weak. You want to destroy the human race with just this? Gu Fei's incarnation was speechless. He pondered for a moment and headed toward the lair of the demons in the original devil realm. The lair of the demons was located in the original devil realm, where the demonic aura was the strongest, the 1,000 Demons Mountain. Gu Fei's incarnation appeared at the peak of the 1,000 Demons Mountain. Enemy attack! Enemy attack. The appearance of Gu Fei's incarnation caused a commotion in the surroundings of the Thousand Demons Mountain. Since ancient times, he was the first human to appear in the Thousand Demons Mountain. Moreover, Gu Fei's incarnation came very suddenly. Damn the human race! An old voice came from the depths of the Thousand Demons Mountain. Then a demon hand reached out from the depths of the Thousand Demons Mountain, grabbing at Gu Fei's incarnation. TSK. Gu Fei's incarnation merely had a thought, and an extremely sharp sword gleam shot out from his body. With a flash of the sword gleam, the demon hand that was grabbing at Gu Fei's incarnation was split into two and dissipated in the void. What? Who exactly are you? The demon in the depths of the Thousand Demons Mountain was indescribably shocked. Me. I'm someone who feels that the demons don't need to continue existing. Gu Fei's incarnation smiled and said, "You want to destroy the demons? Are you crazy? You overestimate yourself." The old demon's voice continued. Noisy! With a thought from Gu Fei's incarnation, the sword gleam shot up into the sky. All the demons in the Thousand Demons Mountain raised their heads and stared at the sword gleam that shot up into the sky. In the next instant, the sword gleam suddenly split into countless sword gleams. After that, countless sword gleams descended from the sky. The earth-shattering sword light enveloped the entire myriad demon mountain. You dare? When the old demon in the depths of the Thousand Demons Mountain saw this scene, he was instantly shocked and enraged. As the sword gleams descended, countless demons in the Thousand Demons Mountain were directly slain by the sword gleams. With just this wave of attack, almost all the demons in the Thousand Demons Mountain were wiped out. Damn it! The old demon in the depths of the mountain leaped out. His gigantic body emitted strands of devil chi. His powerful devil might cause the entire heaven and earth to tremble. This was an ancient devil whose cultivation was about to break through to the extreme Tao realm. However, this ancient devil's cultivation had already reached its limit. This world was flawed and wasn't perfect. It was impossible for an extreme Tao paragon to be born. No matter how heaven-defying the living beings in this world were, they couldn't become extreme Tao paragons, because the laws of heaven and earth in this world determined how strong the living beings in this world could become. Die. The ancient devil was enraged. He directly roared and attacked Gu Fei's incarnation. Gu Fei's incarnation helplessly shook his head and pointed out with his finger. Without any suspense, a bloody hole suddenly appeared in the forehead of the ancient devil that was attacking Gu Fei's incarnation. In the next instant, this ancient devil that had lived for an unknown period of time fell from the sky. He actually died just like that, killed by Gu Fei's incarnation in a single move. AI, overestimating yourself. Gu Fei's incarnation sighed. Countless sword gleams slaughtered the demons on the Thousand Demons Mountain. Very quickly, the countless demons in the entire Thousand Demons Mountain were wiped out by him. At this time, outside of Celestial City, the most elite army of demons in the entire original Devil Realm had gathered. These demons could launch an attack on Celestial City at any time. Chapter 46-72. Gu Fei's clone descended upon the original Devil Realm. He realized that the original Devil Realm was a world of demons. Here, the demon Tao reigned supreme, and the demons were the rulers of the entire world. In the eyes of the demons, the other races were all inferior races that they could kill and exterminate at will. In the original Devil Realm, all the races had a tough life. They had to be on guard against the demons at all times. Bloody massacres would happen in the entire world from time to time. As for the human race, they had the largest population in the original Devil Realm. The human race was also a thorn in the side of the demons, and they wanted to exterminate the human race at all times. However, for countless years, even though the demons had launched several great purges against the human race still managed to survive tenaciously. In the original Devil Realm, the human race was an unkillable cockroach. However, things were different this time. The 7 great emperors of the demons had joined forces. This time, the demons were determined to exterminate the human race and the other races. After Gu Fei's clone destroyed a nest of the demons, he obtained quite a bit of information. You want to exterminate the human race? I'll destroy you first. Gu Fei's clone destroyed the Sky Demon Clan, one of the 7 great demon Dao forces, and then rushed towards the ancestral land of another demon Dao city. What? The human who destroyed the Sky Demon Clan is rushing towards us? The clan leader of the Dragon Demon Clan was so scared that he almost peed his pants. Have you found out where that person came from? The clan leader of the Dragon Demons roared at a scout lying on the ground beneath his throne. That person lay on the ground, shivering. What should we do? The clan leader of the Dragon Demons was also panicking. How about we surrender? An elder of the Dragon Demon Clan said, What? You want us to surrender to a lowly human? I'd rather die in battle than surrender. The higher-ups of the Dragon Demon Clan in the main hall were extremely agitated. They were the high and mighty demons. How could they surrender to that human? You fellows really think too highly of yourselves. At this moment, a voice suddenly rang in the minds of every elder of the Dragon Demon Clan in the main hall. What? This? Every demonic dragon expert in the hall, including the patriarch of the demonic dragon clan, was shocked. Then a figure abruptly appeared in the hall without any warning, as if he had been standing there quietly all along. Who are you? On the throne, the demon dragon clan's patriarch glared angrily at the black-robed youth. All the demonic dragon clan's experts in the hall stared nervously at the black-robed youngster. Some of them even secretly took out their Dao artifacts. Me, a human who wants to destroy all the demons. Gu Fei's incarnation stood with his hands behind his back and said with a faint smile. Although he was surrounded by enemies, he was still calm and collected. What exactly do you want? Lord Dragon Demons gritted his teeth. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have dared to believe that this fella had wiped out the entire Sky Demon Clan single-handedly. The Sky Demon Clan was one of the 7 great demons of the original demon realm. The 7 great demons were the lightest demons of the original demon realm. Among the 7 great demons, there was a demon emperor holding down the fort. The demons were the strongest existences in the original demon realm. The ancient demon of the Sky Demon Clan was one of the strongest existences among the 7 great demon emperors of the demons. But now, the ancient demon had already received his bento box. Don't you know what I want to do? Gu Fei's incarnation looked at the demon dragon clan's patriarch on the throne with a faint smile. The demon dragon clan's patriarch's expression turned even uglier. Kill! Suddenly, an elder of the demon dragon clan in the main hall leaped up and slashed at Gu Fei's incarnation with his saber. The dazzling saber light was so dazzling that no one could open their eyes. Smack! All the powerhouses of the demon dragon clan stared at this scene with their mouths agape. All they saw was Gu Fei's incarnation snapping his fingers. Then the elder who had attacked exploded into a mist of blood. Even the demonic saber in his hand shattered. This, all the powerhouses of the demon dragon clan sucked in a breath of cold air. This human was strong to an unimaginable extent. Since when did the human race have such an existence? Sai, what's the point? Gu Fei's incarnation shook his head helplessly. Sir, the demon dragon clan is willing to surrender. The demon dragon clan's patriarch gritted his teeth and uttered these words. At this moment, no one dared to say no. We're willing to submit. The great elder of the demonic dragon clan said in a trembling voice, if they were to submit to this human, the demonic dragon clan would fall from their high and mighty thrones and be reduced to lowly slaves. Then show some sincerity. Gu Fei's incarnation said indifferently, sincerity. The upper echelons of the demon dragon clan in the hall were confused. Go and destroy the black demon clan. Gu Fei's incarnation swept his gaze across the crowd, and said, "What?" The people of the Demon Dragon clan were stunned. This guy actually wanted them to attack the Black Demon clan. The Black Demon clan was also one of the 7 great demon clans. Moreover, the Black Demon clan had produced many great demons. In terms of overall strength, the Black Demon clan was even stronger than the Demon Dragon clan. Can't do it? Then what's the point of keeping you around? Gu Fei's incarnation was getting impatient. Yes, Master, we'll do it right away. The Demon Dragon clan's patriarch hurriedly gave the order. Soon, an army was assembled and launched an attack on the ancestral land of the Black Demon clan. Enemy attack. Some people roared and some banged the bell. The sound of the bell spread far and wide. The originally quiet depths of the mountain instantly became lively. Dragon Demon's patriarch, have you gone mad? The patriarch of the Black Demon clan roared at the Dragon Demon's patriarch. Surrender, live or die. At this moment, a voice reverberated between heaven and earth and reached the ears of every Black Demon clan member. You want us to surrender? Only if we die. An elder of the Black Demon clan roared. Then you can go to hell. The voice of Gu Fei's incarnation rang out again. Damn it. That person was enraged and directly attacked Gu Fei's incarnation. Bam! Without any suspense, that person directly exploded into a cloud of blood mist and completely disappeared into the void. Seeing this scene, all the demons were stunned. An elder of the Black Demon clan died. Just like that? None of the demons dared to believe it. What's going on? All the demons were scared out of their wits. At this time, countless demons from the Demon Dragon clan and the Black Demon clan were fighting. People kept falling from the sky, and the ground had become a shuraba. The purpose of Gu Fei's incarnation was simple, to destroy the demons. However, he did not necessarily want to kill them all. Since the demons could exist, it proved that there was a need for demons to exist. Chapter 46-73. In the elemental demon realm, the allied forces of the 7 major demons had surrounded the last stronghold of the humans, Celestial City. However, no one would have thought that when the allied forces of the demons achieved victory after victory and forced the humans into a desperate situation, their backyard would be on fire. First, the old lair of the Ash Demon clan was destroyed. Even the Ash Demon Emperor had to receive a bento box. Then the Ash Demon clan and the Black Demon clan actually started fighting each other. This was too strange. One must know that the 7 major demons had always had a good relationship with each other. Otherwise, the 7 major demons wouldn't have formed an allied force to attack the humans and other races. Very soon, the allied forces outside Celestial City received the news that a human powerhouse was taking action. He first eliminated the Ash Demon clan, then forced the Ash Demon clan to surrender. Then he ordered the Ash Demon clan to attack the Black Demon clan. At this time, the Ash Demon clan and the Dragon Demon clan were fighting. Outside Celestial City, the Ash Demon clan and the Dragon Demon clan were also fighting. Gu Fei's incarnation no longer cared about the war between the Ash Demon clan and the Dragon Demon clan. To him, this was just a game. Otherwise, if he wanted to eliminate the demons of the elemental demon realm, he wouldn't have to waste so much effort. He could just directly eliminate them. Gu Fei's incarnation was the incarnation of an eternal sovereign. The combat power of his incarnation was definitely not inferior to an extreme grade sovereign. In the elemental demon realm, a world without an extreme grade sovereign, Gu Fei's incarnation was truly an invincible existence that could sweep across the entire realm. With just a thought, he had already teleported to the vicinity of Celestial City. At this time in Celestial City, the unaging demon child, Heavenly Emperor Xiong, the Crimson Dragon, and the Jade Moon were all attending the welcoming banquet hosted by the celestial ruler of 5 elements. With the addition of the unaging demon child and Heavenly Emperor Xiong, the current Celestial City was even more impregnable. Moreover, they had even joined hands to kill a commander of the demon race allied army. the demon emperor sung extermination outside the celestial city. In fact, the demon emperor was also from the Ash demon clan. However, after he became the heavenly emperor, he separated from the Ash demon clan and formed his own faction. They really know how to enjoy themselves. When Gu Fei's incarnation sensed that his 2 disciples were having a feast in the city, Lord's mansion, "Come see me immediately." Gu Fei's incarnation sent a voice transmission to Crimson Dragon, Yao Yu, and the others who were feasting. They were all startled by the voice that suddenly appeared in their minds. "It's Master! Master is here." They were very familiar with Gu Fei's voice. Even the Unold Demon Child and Heavenly Emperor Purple Sun were extremely excited. In the next moment, the 4 of them disappeared in the void, leaving the city, Lord Residence, with the teleportation technique. This, the 5 Elements Celestial Emperor, couldn't help being startled when he saw the unaging demon child and the others vanish in an instant. The others were even more dumbstruck. "You two go and fight." Gu Fei's incarnation directly threw Red Dragon and Yao Yu into the battlefield between the demonic dragon clan and the black demon clan. The Unold Demon Child and Heavenly Emperor Xiong, on the other hand, were kneeling at the feet of Gu Fei's clone. "Greetings, Master." The 2 cried tears of joy. They could finally leave this damn place. "Master, this..." Red Dragon and Yao Yu were inexplicably shocked to appear in the battlefield of the demons. "Let's fight. Let me see what you've got." Gu Fei's incarnation's voice resounded in their minds. "Yes, Master." Red Dragon and Yao Yu were extremely excited. They didn't expect their master to actually come to find them. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion suddenly erupted. The mountains shook violently as if doomsday had arrived. Several peaks immediately collapsed, sending rocks flying. It was a tremendous scene. An ancient demon saint appeared in the battlefield, his demonic might overwhelming. "Kill!" Seeing this, Red Dragon and Yao Yu immediately charged forward. The saints of the righteous and evil paths started a fierce battle. The demonic aura on the ancient demon saint's body surged violently, covering a part of the sky and plunging it into darkness. However, in the next moment, countless sparks appeared from within the demonic aura. Pillars of fire broke through the surging demonic aura and shot out, restoring light to the world. 2 figures moved quickly in the sky, unleashing many powerful divine skills that could shake the world. Red Dragon's entire body emitted a monstrous divine fire. Endless fire chi swept away the demonic aura and fought against the ancient demon saint of the demons. The auras of the 2 great experts were like mountains, causing people to have the urge to look up. Even the creatures that were several kilometers away from the battlefield felt the powerful auras of the 2 peerless experts. They couldn't help but feel a trace of fear in their hearts, feeling like they were as small as ants in front of them. The earth-shattering aura emitted by the 2 peerless experts caused the battles in this area to temporarily stop. Countless demons were horrified. At the same time, Yao Yu also faced another ancient demon saint. It was a middle-aged ancient demon saint. He was wearing a black robe, and his sideburns were a little white. He was tall and slender, and his eyes were deep and sharp. It wasn't a rare thing for a demon race powerhouse to take human form and walk the world. The appearance of this middle-aged man caused Yao Yu to feel threatened. She could feel a dangerous aura coming from him. This man was like an unsheathed divine weapon, giving off a cold feeling of being pressed against the edge of a blade. The middle-aged man's demonic aura was vast and mighty, and the surrounding temperature suddenly dropped. The undisguised, murderous aura from him made Yao Yu feel as if she had fallen into a pool of ice water. Very good. Yao Yu's blood began to boil. Human saint. The middle-aged man did not waste any time. He opened his mouth and spat at Yao Yu. A beam of demonic light immediately shot out from his mouth towards Yao Yu, spitting out sword light, the sword demon technique. When Yao Yu saw the middle-aged man in front of her spit out a cold demonic light, she was immediately startled. Yao Yu was surprised that the ancient demon saint cultivated in the sword doctrine. Yao Yu did not think twice. She immediately used the 8 desolation steps and retreated like a phantom. Cultivators who cultivated in the sword doctrine were known for their powerful combat abilities. This ancient demon saint was definitely a demon sword saint. Yao Yu's silhouette moved rapidly in the air. The middle-aged demon sword saint controlled the demon sword that transformed into sword light and chased after her. Wherever the sword light passed, trees would be chopped into 2 by the sword light and fall to the ground, emitting loud noises. Countless withered branches and withered leaves on the ground were stirred up. Why is there such an expert in the sword doctrine among the demons? Yao Yu really couldn't understand. She used the 8 desolate steps and dodged the demonic sword lights. At the same time, a powerful sword Dao power erupted from her body. You also cultivate in the sword doctrine. Chapter 46-74. As soon as Gu Fei's incarnation arrived, he threw Red Dragon and Yao Yu into the battlefield where the demonic dragon clan and the black demon clan were fighting. Their appearance directly caused the demons from both camps to attack them at the same time. Yao Yu was facing an ancient demon saint, and this ancient demon saint cultivated the sword Dao, which surprised Yao Yu greatly. At this time, the demonic clouds shrouded a part of the region, and the demonic chi on the battlefield was vast and mighty. Many ominous demons were fighting in the sky, killing their way into the demonic clouds. Yao Yu and Red Dragon were fighting with their respective opponents. This time they met their opponents, and their opponents were not bad. Roar! Suddenly, a demonic roar came from the depths of the ancestral land of the Black Demon Clan. Rolling sound waves came from the depths of the ancestral land of the Black Demon Clan, spreading out mightily. Suddenly, demonic shadows fell from the sky like meteors. The whole world shook, and some demon Dao experts in the Almighty Realm were directly roared down from the sky by this demonic roar. So powerful! Everyone stopped fighting, including Red Dragon and Yao Yu. All of them looked towards the depths of the ancestral land of the Black Demon Clan. Black demonic chi gushed out from the ancestral land of the Black Demon Clan like a geyser, soaring into the sky, majestic power converging. Rumble! Pitch-black demonic lightning fell from the sky, tearing the void, as terrifying as the end of the world. Boom! 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 Shocking sounds of impact came from the ancestral land of the Black Demon Clan. An entire mountain range trembled under the bombardment. Everyone was extremely nervous. Pitch-black demonic light, like the light of destruction, constantly rushed out from the ancestral land of the Black Demon Clan. Ominous demons cannot come out. Demons will cause chaos in the world. People will be plunged into misery and suffering. We cannot let them succeed. The faces of the demonic dragon clan's demons were extremely unsightly. Haha, our old ancestor is coming out of seclusion. The people of the Black Demon Clan were surprised and overjoyed. It seemed that the Black Demon Clan was about to rise. Rumble. Thunderclaps shook the heavens, and the demonic clouds in the sky suddenly flashed with lightning and rumbled with thunder. A demonic hammer directly appeared in the sky above the demonic clouds, growing to the size of a mountain, emitting tens of thousands of demonic lightning bolts and bombarding the ancestral land of the Black Demon Clan below. The world seemed as if it was about to shatter. Roar! A furious roar came from the depths of the Black Demon Clan's ancestral land. Then a blood-colored demonic light rushed out from the depths of the ancestral land and directly collided with the demonic hammer descending from the sky. Boom! With a loud bang, the devil hammer that was descending from the sky was blasted away and disappeared without a trace. At the same time, a giant black hand rushed out from the depths of the Black Demon Clan's ancestral land and attacked the group of demons in the sky. Just as the dozens of demonic Dragon Clan powerhouses on the cloud were about to be smashed to smithereens by the demonic hand, a 1,000-meter-tall demonic figure emerged from the demonic cloud and threw a punch at the incoming demonic hand. The gigantic fist was like a small mountain. With a single punch, the void seemed as though it was going to collapse. Humph! A sneer rang out as the fist and palm collided. The demonic hand that had shot out from the depths of the Black Demon Clan's ancestral land dissipated in the void. As for the demonic Dragon Clan expert, he was sent flying thousands of miles away by the demonic hand. A figure shrouded in demonic chi appeared high up in the sky, overlooking the world. Ancestor. The Black Demon Clan couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised when they saw the middle-aged man. Their ancestor had come out of seclusion. Damn it! The demonic Dragon Clan's demons saw that the situation was not good and wanted to flee. No one can leave. All of you will die. The Black Demon Clan's ancestor roared and attacked. He opened his mouth and inhaled. Endless demonic aura converged towards him from all directions. What made people's scalps tingle was that the countless demons of the demonic Dragon Clan had demonic chi rushing out from their bodies. Their life force was rapidly draining away. Soon, the weaker demonic Dragon Clan's clansmen turned into dried corpses. Their essence, chi, and soul were completely devoured by the Black Demon Clan's ancestor. Even the almighty demon's life force was uncontrollably devoured by the Black Demon Clan's ancestor and turned into his power. Go to hell! At that moment, the demonic clouds that hadn't been dispersed seemed to ignite and emitted endless black light. It was like a heaven-burning demonic fire, burning the void and distorting it. All the demonic clouds rapidly converged towards the center, revealing a demonic formation. The demonic formation's power seemed to have reached its limit at this moment. Trapped in the demonic formation, the Black Demon Clan's ancestor continued to devour the other demons' yuan qi without stopping. Boom! The demonic formation suddenly collapsed, and terrifying demonic power surged out in all directions. The Black Demon Clan's ancestor devoured the yuan qi in a frenzy. Even the demonic formation couldn't withstand it and collapsed. The Black Demon Clan's ancestor was even less polite. He frantically devoured the surrounding spiritual chi in an attempt to break through the shackles of cultivation and become an extreme grade sovereign. However, this world simply couldn't give birth to an extreme grade sovereign. The Black Demon Clan's ancestors' actions were destined to be in vain. Soon, the demonic Dragon Clan's clansmen were all dead. They all received their bento boxes. No one had expected that the demonic Dragon Clan would be completely annihilated. Even their clan lord was nearly finished. The Black Demon Clan's ancestor was truly too ruthless. The two of you can actually ignore my devouring power. The Black Demon Clan's ancestor targeted the Crimson Dragon and Jade Moon. Oh no! At this time, through the dazzling light art, the unaging Demon Child and Heavenly Emperor Purple Sun, who were watching the Crimson Dragon and Jade Moon's trial, could no longer sit still. The strong bullying the weak, is it? The Crimson Dragon said coldly, I am indeed the strong bullying the weak, so what? The Black Demon Clan's ancestor grinned. You, the Crimson Dragon, and Jade Moon were both shocked and furious. Master, quickly come and save us. The Crimson Dragon suddenly shouted at the top of his lungs. Humph, humph. No one in this world can save you guys. You guys better save some strength. The Black Demon Clan's ancestor was very confident. Is that so? Right at this time, a voice suddenly sounded out behind the Black Demon Clan's ancestor. What? The Black Demon Clan's ancestor's shock was truly no small matter. He shut himself in a closed seclusion area. He would not easily exit seclusion until his cultivation was accomplished. He originally thought that he was already invincible under the heavens. However, at this time he broke out in cold sweat. The other party came behind him, and he actually did not notice it. If the other party wanted to ambush him, there was absolutely an 80% chance of success just now. In other words, if the other party wanted to kill him just now, it was simply incomparably easy. He turned around abruptly, only to see a black-clothed youth currently looking at him with a grin. "Who are you?" The Black Demon Clan's ancestor stared at Gu Fei's incarnation and said in a deep voice, "You won't know even if I tell you. Come over, kowtow and apologize, and I'll spare you." Gu Fei's incarnation said, "What?" Chapter 46-75. No one would have thought that the Black Demon race actually had an old ancestor sleeping in their ancestral land. The battle between the demonic dragon race and the Black Demon race had awakened this ancestor of the Black Demon race. The birth of a peerless demon was earth-shattering. Demonic energy spread for hundreds of thousands of miles. An entire region seemed to have turned from day to night. The Black Demon ancestor was strong, truly strong. He was countless times stronger than the demon emperor of the demonic dragon race. This was a demon that was infinitely close to the extreme Tao. Even the ageless demon child, even Heavenly Emperor Ziyang would not be able to survive against this demon. If there were no accidents, the Black Demon ancestor was enough to sweep through the entire origin demon realm. Only now did the demonic dragon race and other demons realize that the Black Demon race was the strongest demons in the origin demon realm. However, the Black Demon ancestor was very unhappy because of an accident, like Gu Fei's clone. Originally, Gu Fei's clone wouldn't have appeared in the origin demon realm. It was all because of Gu Fei's sudden impulse that he wanted to find his lost disciple. That was why he came here, even though it was not his true body. Although it wasn't his real body, did it make a difference to the Black Demon ancestor? Kowtow and apologize, and I'll spare you. Gu Fei's clone stood in the sky with his hands behind his back, looking down at the Black Demon ancestor. "Who the hell do you think you are? You want me to kowtow and apologize to you?" The Black Demon ancestor was infuriated by Gu Fei's clone. "Wrong, it's kowtowing and apologizing to my two disciples." Gu Fei's clone corrected him. "What did you say?" The Black Demon ancestor suspected that his ears were playing tricks on him. This guy actually wanted him to kowtow and apologize to his two disciples? Kowtow and apologize to these two ant-like little fellows? The Black Demon ancestor laughed in anger. "Die, all of you!" The Black Demon ancestor roared. The next moment, endless demonic fire erupted from his body, instantly sweeping through the sky and earth. Some demons that couldn't dodge in time were directly enveloped by the demonic fire. They didn't even have time to scream before they were burned to ashes. Sigh, why bother? I hate fighting and killing the most. Gu Fei's avatar shook his head, helplessly. Then, with a snap of his fingers, everything in the world came to a standstill. Even time stopped flowing. Everything was under his control. At this moment, he was the supreme ruler of the still world. He walked forward step by step. Everywhere he passed, the demonic flames would split apart. He walked in front of the black devil, primogenitor. Then he stretched out his right hand and lightly tapped the center of the black demon progenitor's brows. In the next moment, the black demon progenitor turned into dust. At the same time, the still world began to move. With the death of the black devil, primogenitor, the monstrous demonic fire also dissipated in the void, as if it had never appeared. This, the crimson dragon, and Yao Yu felt like they were dreaming. In just an instant, the peerless, ferocious devil, black devil ancestor was finished. That was a ferocious devil that was infinitely close to the extreme Tao realm. Master was too awesome. Master, what realm are you in now? Yao Yu asked curiously. At this moment, the unold demon child and heavenly emperor Ziyang arrived. Where's that old devil? The unold demon child and heavenly emperor Ziyang were stunned. This is just a clone of mine. Gu Fei's clone said indifferently. What? The crimson dragon and Yao Yu were stunned. This was just a clone of Master? A clone was already so strong. If his real body descended, wouldn't he be able to destroy the entire prime devil world with a raise of his hand? Moss, Master, the unold demon child and heavenly emperor, Zong, hurriedly bowed to Gu Fei's clone. All right, bring the two of them to destroy the other demons, Gu Fei's clone said and disappeared in the void. Yes, master, the unold demon child and heavenly emperor, Xiang, hurriedly accepted the order. After destroying the demons, come find me at the peak of Prime Devil Mountain. The voice of Gu Fei's clone sounded in the void. Yes, everyone accepted the order. Prime Devil Mountain was the #1 mountain in the Prime Devil world. It wasn't a land without a master. It was the nest of the strongest demons among the 7 Prime Devil demons, the Heaven-mixing demons. The Heaven-mixing demons were said to be innate demons born from heaven and earth. Before this world was formed, the Heaven-mixing demons already existed. However, it was a pity that even though the Heaven-mixing demons were the oldest demons in the Prime Devil world, their ancestors still couldn't become an extreme, true demon. After Gu Fei's clone destroyed the Black Devil ancestor, he directly teleported and appeared at the peak of Prime Devil Mountain. On the peak of Prime Devil Mountain, there were many powerful demons cultivating in seclusion. This place gathered the largest and purest demonic essence qi in the entire Prime Devil world. However, the arrival of Gu Fei's clone didn't alarm any demons. Even the strongest ancient devil couldn't sense his existence. As long as Gu Fei's clone didn't want these demons to see him, even if he stood in front of them, they wouldn't be able to see him. He directly sat at the peak of Prime Devil Mountain. At this time, the entire Prime Devil world was in chaos. The allied forces of the 7 demons were breached, and the human army of Celestial City killed their way out. The human army directly defeated the allied forces of the demons with an overwhelming momentum. The human army followed up their victory and defeated the allied forces of the demons. Countless demons' corpses were strewn all over the field. Since ancient times in the elemental devil realm, only the devil race had tortured and killed humans and other races. This was because the devil race saw humans as food. In the elemental devil realm, it was very normal for the devil race to eat humans. However, everything had changed now. The demons who originally stood at the top of the food chain, the demons who had ruled the Prime Devil world for countless years, were actually defeated. Moreover, they were defeated thoroughly and miserably. The humans who had been ruled and oppressed for countless years had finally turned the tables. This was a major event that was enough to be recorded in the annals of human history in the Prime Devil world. The miserable fate of humans in the Prime Devil world had finally been rewritten. At this time, the unaging demon child and heavenly emperor Purple Sun joined hands with the celestial emperor of Celestial City's 5 elements. They led the human army and went straight for the heavenly tiger demon's lair, the heavenly tiger city. The heavenly tiger demons were in existence second only to the heaven-mixing demons among the 7 demons in the Prime Devil world. They were incomparably powerful and ruled over an incomparably vast territory. The army dispatched by the heavenly tiger demons was also defeated by the human army outside the Celestial City. Many experts of the heavenly tiger demons fled back to the heavenly tiger city. The current Tianhu city had 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside, and the defense was like an iron bucket. If the human army wanted to break through this ancient city, they would inevitably have to pay a heavy price. Moreover, it was hard to say whether they could break through or not. Very soon, the human army arrived at the city under the leadership of the 3 great human emperors and directly confronted the demons of the heavenly tiger city. When the 3 great human emperors attacked at the same time, the leader of the heavenly tiger demons became restless. He hurriedly wrote a letter to the heaven-mixing demons asking for help. The 7 demons were of the same breath and branch. If they were defeated one by one, the 7 demons would face the danger of being completely exterminated. The human army didn't attack the city immediately. Instead, they set up camp outside the city. When the heaven-mixing demons received the letter for help from the heavenly tiger demons, They immediately dispatched an army to reinforce the heavenly Tiger City.